There are no neutrals in Harlan County. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. These words weren't just a song lyric. In the 1930s, they were a death sentence scrawled on the wall of a company town. The newspapers called it a labor dispute. But in the dark hollows of Kentucky, they knew its real name: war. Today, we're not just looking at history. We're descending into the blood-soaked soil of bloody Harlan to answer a single terrifying question. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? Before the bullets flew, there was the dust. In the 1930s, Harlan County, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, a kingdom carved out of the ancient Appalachian mountains. The ridges and valleys held a wild, breathtaking beauty, where the morning mist clung to the trees like a ghost. But beneath that beauty lay the black heart of the region: coal. The companies that owned that coal owned everything else too. They owned the land, the jobs, and the men who worked them. The life of a Harlan miner was a descent into darkness, both literally and figuratively. Long before the sun crested the mountains, you'd kiss your family goodbye and join a line of silhouettes shuffling toward the mine entrance. You'd spend the next 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours in a cramped, suffocating tunnel where the air you breathed was more coal dust than oxygen. This dust, the black lung, was a patient killer, slowly turning your insides to stone. But the mine had faster ways to claim you. A sudden methane explosion, a collapsing roof beam. Death was your silent partner on every shift. For this grueling, life-threatening labor, you weren't paid in money. You were paid in scrip, company-printed tokens or paper slips that were only good at one place on Earth, the company store. And what a store it was. Prices for flour, beans, and work boots were set so high that by the end of the week, your entire paycheck went right back into the company's pocket. It was a perfect, inescapable cycle of debt, a form of modern-day serfdom. This control was absolute. You lived in a clapboard house owned by the company, and if you couldn't work, you and your family were thrown out onto the dirt road. If you got sick, you saw a company doctor who was paid to get you back into the mine as fast as possible. If you died, you were buried in a cemetery on company land. From the moment you were born to the day you were lowered into the ground, you were little more than an asset on a corporate ledger, an entry in a book owned by faceless barons in New York and Philadelphia. Then came the Great Depression. As the rest of America tightened its belt, the coal companies in Harlan saw a chance to squeeze even harder. They announced another 10% wage cut. For men already on the ragged edge of starvation, this was not just an insult. It was a declaration that their lives had no value at all. The breaking point had been reached. In the darkness of the mines and the quiet of their company shacks, a forbidden word began to be whispered: union. The United Mine Workers of America. It was a dangerous prayer, a name that promised a sliver of hope, a chance to fight back. But everyone in Harlan knew that hope had a price, and in a county run by company guns, that price was measured in blood. The decision to call in the United Mine Workers of America was like lighting a match in a room filled with gas. When union organizers arrived, they were greeted not as outsiders, but as saviors. Secret meetings were held in the woods under the cover of darkness. By flickering lantern light, men whose faces were permanently stained with coal dust signed union cards, their hands trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. For the first time, they felt they weren't just helpless cogs in a machine. They were brothers in a cause. They demanded fair pay, an 8-hour day, and the right to be paid in real American dollars, not company scrip. They went on strike. The coal barons' response was swift and merciless. Their local enforcer was a man named John Henry Blair, the High Sheriff of Harlan County. But J.H. Blair didn't serve the people. He served the coal operators. His salary was padded by the companies, and his deputies were little more than hired thugs, armed bullies recruited specifically for their ruthlessness. They were known by the miners with a simple, chilling name: gun thugs. Their job was to break the strike and break the men who dared to join it. The war began not with a bang, but with the sound of families being thrown from their homes. Any miner who joined the strike was immediately fired and evicted. Their meager possessions, a mattress, a cooking pot, a child's toy, were tossed out into the mud. Their names were put on a blacklist, ensuring they could never work in Harlan again. Soon, tent colonies of starving miners and their families dotted the roadsides, a stark monument to the company's cruelty. The picket lines were met with clubs and fists. The violence escalated systematically. Blair's deputies would roam the mountain roads, ambushing Union men. Organizers were dragged from their cars, beaten senseless, and left for dead. Carloads of strikebreakers were escorted into the mines under the protection of men armed with machine guns. The message was clear. There would be no negotiation. There would only be submission or annihilation. The law wasn't just silent. It was the enemy's primary weapon. But the coal operators and Sheriff Blair had misjudged their opponents. These weren't defeated men. They were the sons and grandsons of Appalachian pioneers, people who had carved a life out of the unforgiving wilderness. Pride and defiance ran in their blood. When they saw their children starving and their friends beaten, their desperation turned to cold, hard resolve. If the company wanted a war is what they would get. The miners retrieved their hunting rifles and shotguns from their homes. The picket lines, once signs of peaceful protest, now bristled with armed men. The air in Harlan County grew heavy and still, charged with the certainty of coming violence. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and a river was about to follow. The day was May 5th, 1931. A fragile quiet hung over the town of Evarts. It was the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but heavy with unspoken threats. Through that quiet drove a convoy of 3 cars, a serpent of black steel moving down the dirt road. Inside were Sheriff Blair's deputies and company mercenaries, their cars loaded with supplies for the strikebreakers. They drove with an arrogant confidence, believing the miners were broken. They were wrong. From the hillsides overlooking the road, from behind the slag heaps and the railway embankment, dozens of eyes watched them come. These were not just angry men, they were hunters in their own territory. As the convoy entered the narrowest part of the pass, the world exploded. It wasn't a disorganized volley, it was a single coordinated crash of gunfire that slammed into the cars from all sides. The afternoon air, moments before filled with the buzz of insects, was now torn apart by the roar of rifles and shotguns. For the men in the cars, the world dissolved into chaos. The first sound was the percussive punch of lead hitting sheet metal, a sound like a hailstorm made of iron. Windshields didn't crack. They disintegrated into a million glittering fragments. Tires exploded with a violent hiss, sending the cars skidding into each other. The deputies, armed with their powerful Thompson submachine guns, tried to fight back, their weapons spitting a desperate, rattling answer into the hills. But they were firing at ghosts. They couldn't see the faces of the men who had them pinned in a perfectly executed trap. The battle was brutally short, lasting only a few minutes. But in that time, the road was turned into a kill zone. The miners' fire was disciplined and withering. They weren't shooting wildly, they were aiming. One car, then another, fell silent. The frantic chattering of the machine guns ceased, replaced by the methodical crack of hunting rifles. It was the sound of a community pushed too far, speaking the only language the company gunmen seemed to understand. When the last shot echoed away, a profound and terrible silence descended. The gun smoke, thick and acrid, drifted over the scene like a shroud. The 3 cars sat motionless on the road, their bodies riddled with dark, ragged holes, their engines hissing steam into the quiet air. They looked less like vehicles and more like steel coffins that had been savaged by a giant beast. The Battle of Evarts was over. In the aftermath, the numbers told the story. 3 of Sheriff Blair's deputies, and one of the company men lay dead. On the miners' side, one man had fallen. The strike had crossed a line from which there was no return. This was no longer a picket line, it was an insurrection. The news flashed across the country, and the state sent in the National Guard, their bayonets and machine guns bringing a tense martial order to the county. The battle was lost, the strike would be crushed. But something new had been forged in that fire. The legend of Bloody Harlan, a place where miners would rather die on their feet than live on their knees. The arrival of the Kentucky National Guard was not a rescue, it was an occupation. A wave of steel and khaki washed over Harlan County, their boots stamping out the last embers of the open strike. They came not to keep the peace, but to enforce the company's peace. Under the watchful eyes of soldiers, the tent colonies were dismantled, and the last of the striking families were scattered. The message from the state was as loud and clear as the volley of rifle fire at Evarts. The rebellion was over. For Sheriff J.H. Blair and his deputies, the presence of the military was a blank check. They were no longer just company thugs. They were the arm of a vengeful law. A brutal manhunt began. Posses of armed deputies fanned out through the hills and hollers, kicking in the doors of miners' shacks in the dead of night. Men were dragged from their beds, accused of murder and insurrection, often with no more evidence than a neighbor's whisper. The jails filled to overflowing with anyone suspected of holding a Union card or standing on that fateful picket line. The men who had actually fought in the battle vanished. They melted back into the mountains they knew so well, becoming ghosts in their own homeland. They slept in caves and abandoned cabins, relying on a secret network of sympathizers who would leave food and supplies in prearranged dead drops. Every snapped twig, every barking dog sent a jolt of fear through them. They were fugitives, hunted in the very forests where they had once hunted for food. The Battle of Evarts marked the beginning of what the miners would call the Decade of Terror. The open war of the strike was replaced by a shadowy, brutal guerrilla conflict. Union organizers who dared to enter the county would be found weeks later, their cars pushed into ravines, their bodies telling a silent story of a final, violent confrontation on a lonely mountain road. Houses of suspected Union men would suddenly explode in the night, a deafening roar of dynamite serving as a warning to everyone else. The night was no longer a time for rest, but a time for listening, for waiting for the sound of an approaching car or a shotgun blast in the darkness. A chilling rumor began to circulate, a story told only in hushed tones. They said the coal operators had created a secret fund, a pool of money used to pay bonuses to Blair and his men for every Union man they eliminated. Was it true? There was never a ledger, never a document to prove it. But as the bodies of organizers piled up, the miners didn't need proof. They believed it with every fiber of their being. In their world, it was not just possible, it was logical. Their lives were worth less than a lump of coal, and now there was a price on their heads. The strike was broken, the picket lines gone. But the fight for Harlan County was not over. It had just gone underground. The Union became a secret faith, a dangerous idea passed between trusted friends in the darkness of the mines. The company had retaken the land, but it had lost the hearts of the people forever. And they had created an army of martyrs whose memory would fuel the fight for years to come. The trials that followed the Battle of Evarts were not a search for truth. They were a performance, a grim theater of the absurd, staged to sanctify the company's power. Imagine the scene, a stuffy Kentucky courtroom in the dead of summer, packed to the rafters. On one side sat the miners who had been captured, men with coal dust still ground into the lines on their hands, their faces etched with a weary defiance. They looked out of place in the polished wood of the witness stand, like creatures of the earth dragged into a cage. On the other side, Sheriff Blair and his surviving deputies, preening in their uniforms, presented as heroes who had faced down a mob of communist agitators. The air was thick with tension and hostility. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the real power here. The coal companies had brought in their best lawyers, slick men from out of state in expensive suits, whose words twisted the miners' desperate fight for survival into a murderous conspiracy against law and order. They painted a picture of anarchy, of armed thugs trying to destroy the very fabric of American enterprise. They called the miners terrorists. The defense was outmatched and outgunned from the start. They tried to tell the real story. The story of starvation wages, of families thrown into the street, of beatings on the picket lines, of a community pushed to the brink by a ruthless corporation and its private army. They argued that the Battle of Evarts wasn't murder, it was self-defense. It was the inevitable explosion after months of pressure and abuse. But their words felt hollow in that room, lost against the well-oiled machine of injustice they were facing. The jury, made up of men who understood the unspoken rules of Harlan County, listened in silence. The defendants themselves reacted in different ways. Some sat in stony silence, their pride a shield against the legalistic lies being spun about them. Others showed flashes of the same fire that had led them to the barricades, their voices rising with anger as they were questioned. But most just seemed tired, worn down by a system that was designed from the ground up to crush them. They knew, as everyone in that courtroom knew, that the verdict had been written long before the trial began. It had been written in company ledgers and sealed with company gold. When the verdict finally came, it was no surprise. 44 miners and 3 of their wives were indicted. 8 men were ultimately convicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to murder. The sentences were long, years to be spent behind the grey walls of a state penitentiary far from the mountains they had fought for. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, the sound of the state ratifying the company's victory. Sheriff J.H. Blair and his gun thugs, the men who had terrorized the county for months, faced no charges. They walked free. The law had spoken. But was it justice? In the eyes of the state, a crime had been punished. But in the hollows and coal camps of Harlan, the convicted men were not criminals. They were prisoners of war. The law of men had sent them to prison, but the justice of the mountains had already declared them heroes. The trial only proved what the miners knew all along. There were 2 sets of laws in Harlan County, and one was for the rich and the other was for the poor. They drove Florence Reese and her family out of Harlan County. Sheriff Blair's thugs made it impossible for them to stay, hunting her husband Sam like an animal. They lost their home, their community, their piece of the world. But they couldn't silence her. That song, scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of terror and defiance, took on a life of its own. It escaped the confines of Harlan, passed from miner to miner, and was eventually carried out of the mountains by folk singers. It became an anthem for the civil rights movement, for anti-war protesters, for struggling workers all over the globe. The coal barons won the battle for the mines, but a miner's wife won the war for the soul of the struggle. And what of the villain of our story, Sheriff J.H. Blair? He was never held accountable in a court of law for the terror he unleashed. But in 1933, the people of Harlan County delivered their own verdict. When he ran for re-election, they voted him out of office. It was a small victory, a quiet one, but in a place where justice was so rare, it was a victory nonetheless. The community, through the simple act of casting a ballot, finally took back the law he had stolen from them. If you drive through the town of Evarts today, you won't see any grand monuments to the battle. It's a quiet mountain town, like so many others. The road where the convoy was ambushed has long been paved over, but the hills are still there. The railway embankment is still there. If you stand in that spot and shut your eyes, you can almost hear it. The sudden, deafening roar of gunfire that shattered the peace of a May afternoon. The physical traces are faint, but the land itself is a witness. The mountains remember. And the war, it never really ended. The echo of the 1930s came roaring back in the 1970s, when the Brookside mine erupted in another bitter, violent strike. Once again, there were picket lines, company gunmen, and a community fighting for its life. The struggle was so raw and powerful, it was captured in an Oscar-winning documentary, Harlan County, USA. The faces were different, the cars were newer, but the question was exactly the same. The song Florence Reese had written 40 years earlier was sung with the same desperate passion. Which side are you on? So we come back to that terrifying question we asked at the start of our journey. When the law itself becomes a weapon against you, what does a man do to survive? The story of Bloody Harlan gives us the answer, and it is not a comforting one. You fight, you bleed, you bury your dead, and you sing a song of defiance so powerful it outlives the men with the guns. The miners of Harlan didn't win their war in 1931. They were beaten, starved, and jailed. But they did not break. They proved that survival is about more than just drawing breath. It's about holding on to your dignity, even if it costs you everything else. This story is not just a chapter in a dusty history book. It is a warning, etched in blood and coal dust. It's a raw look at what happens when corporate greed goes unchecked and when the people sworn to protect citizens instead become their jailers. But more than that, it's a monument to the indomitable spirit of ordinary people pushed to the absolute edge. It's a testament to the simple, unbreakable truth that you can own a man's labor, you can own the house he lives in, but you can never, ever own his soul. The names of the men who fought and died in the Battle of Evarts have mostly faded from memory. The company stores are gone, and many of the mines that once scarred these mountains are now sealed and silent. But the question that Florence Reese scratched onto a calendar page in a moment of pure rage and courage is eternal. It echoes through time, a challenge to every generation, in every struggle for justice. Which side are you on? Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice, shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy, and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack, He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night, and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie, that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of Dragging Canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poisoned promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, This rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single, sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle. It was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy, no time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole. As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, he was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations. This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land, they only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, there was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming, a ghost with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantles, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie, and now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot. Neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence, one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokees' domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week, his shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nickety Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nickety Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget, and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nickety Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. the air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles, and the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. "By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws." The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man, his dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, It was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection. It was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape. It left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claimed to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume 2 families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. The first thing you would have noticed wasn't the sight, it was the smell. If you have ever stood in a pine forest after a heavy rain, you know that scent. It is crisp, sharp, almost like a cleaning chemical mixed with damp earth. It is the smell of life. But on this particular morning, in the deep hollows of Kentucky, that clean pine scent was losing a war against something much heavier, something copper-like. The thick metallic stench of iron that had been spilled by the gallon. It is dawn. The mist is clinging to the valley floor, swirling around the trunks of trees that are wider than a wagon wheel. From a distance, the scene looks almost peaceful. A cluster of rough-hewn log cabins, smoke rising gently from a chimney. The sounds of the waking forest, a jaybird screeching, the rustle of wind in the canopy. But if you stepped closer, the illusion would shatter. Because the mud between the cabins isn't brown, it is a churning, slushy red. There is an axe embedded in the doorframe of the main office, but there is no woodcutter holding it. There is a boot lying in the middle of the path, and the terrifying part is that the laces are still tied tight, as if the foot inside it simply vanished or was dragged away. This is not a battlefield from the Civil War. That ended 20 years ago. This isn't the site of a train wreck. This is a workplace. Welcome to 1887. Welcome to the edge of the known world. In the late 19th century, the American logging camp was the engine room of the nation. It was where the raw material for your great-grandfather's house, his furniture, and his coffin came from. It was a place of immense physical power, where men with arms like hydraulic pistons turned chaos into commerce. But on this morning, the commerce had stopped. The silence that hangs over this camp is heavy. It is the kind of silence that screams. Inside the main cabin, the chief, the man who ran this operation with an iron fist just 24 hours ago, is no longer giving orders. He is lying amidst the wreckage of his own command post. The furniture is splintered. The ledger books, usually kept in immaculate rows, are scattered across the floor, their pages soaking up the fluids of the men who wrote in them. What happened here? It wasn't a bear attack. The wounds are too precise for that. It wasn't a raid by bandits looking for gold, because there was no gold here to steal. This was something far more personal and far more terrifying. You see, usually when we talk about history, we talk about the big events, the wars, the treaties, the elections. We look at the timeline from a bird's eye view. But today, we are going to drop down into the mud. We are going to look at what happens when a group of men are pushed to the absolute limit of their sanity, miles away from the nearest sheriff, locked together in a green prison of their own making. They say the trees in Kentucky have deep roots, that they hold the soil together against the floods and the landslides. But in 1887, those roots drank something other than rain. And the story of how this camp went from a place of labor to a slaughterhouse in a single night is one that didn't make it into the school textbooks. It was too ugly. It was too real. And honestly, it was too close to the truth of what lurks inside all of us when the lights go out. But before we can understand the blood, we have to understand the land. We have to look at the map. Because to understand why no one heard them scream, you have to see just how far away from God they really were. To understand the nightmare, you first have to understand the cage. When we think of Kentucky today, we might think of rolling bluegrass hills, horse farms, or maybe the suburbs of Louisville. We think of a place that is tamed, a place mapped by satellites and crossed by asphalt highways. But the Kentucky of 1887 was a different planet. Specifically, the Appalachian region in the eastern part of the state. This was not farmland. This was the Black Forest of America. We are talking about virgin timber, trees that had been growing since before Columbus landed in the Caribbean. White oaks, poplars, and chestnuts that stood over 100 feet tall. Their trunks were so thick that 3 grown men holding hands couldn't circle them. And they grew so close together that in some hollows, the sun didn't touch the ground even at high noon. It was a world of perpetual twilight. If you look at a map from that era, you see vast blank spaces. No towns, no roads, just the squiggle of a creek or the jagged line of a ridge. To get to the lumber camp we are talking about today, you didn't just hop in a car. You took a train to the end of the line, then you hired a mule, and then, when the mule couldn't go any further, you walked. For days. The isolation wasn't just physical, it was absolute. There were no cell phones to check the news, no radios to hear a friendly voice. If you got sick out here, you either got better or you died. If you broke your leg, it was a life sentence. The nearest doctor was a 3-day ride through terrain that would kill a horse. To the wealthy investors sitting in their clubs in New York or Chicago, looking at photographs of this timber, this place looked like a gold mine. It was resources waiting to be harvested. To the poets and the painters, it looked like paradise, a pristine, untouched Eden. But to the men inside, it was a cage with no bars, only miles of crushing wilderness. Imagine that feeling. You are surrounded by beauty, yes, but that beauty is indifferent to you. The mountains don't care if you are cold. The river doesn't care if you drown. And after a week, or a month, or 6 months of seeing nothing but tree bark and mud, the walls start to close in. Psychologists today talk about sensory deprivation or the effects of confinement on the human mind. We see it in prisoners in solitary confinement. We see it in researchers in Antarctica. The mind needs variety. It needs stimulation. When you strip that away and replace it with the repetitive, back-breaking monotony of swinging an axe against a wall of wood that never seems to end, the mind starts to eat itself. The silence of the woods is not quiet. It's loud. It amplifies your own thoughts. It amplifies your grievances. Small annoyances, the way a man chews his tobacco, the way the foreman looks at you, the draft in the cabin, stop being annoyances. They become obsessions. In this camp, 40 men were living on top of each other in rough-built shanties. They slept in bunks filled with straw and lice. They smelled of unwashed wool and sweat. And outside that thin wooden wall was the dark, infinite forest, pressing in on all sides. There was no escape. The only way out was to work your contract, get your money, and walk back to civilization. But what happens when the one thing keeping you sane, the promise of that money, starts to slip away? What happens when the cage door locks and you realize the key is in the pocket of a man who doesn't respect you? To answer that, we have to look at the prisoners of this green hell. Who were they? Who signs up for a job that breaks your back for pennies a day? They were known as timber beasts. That wasn't an insult thrown at them by the newspapers. It was a badge of honor they wore themselves. Because to survive this work, you had to be something more than a man. You had to be part machine, part animal. The workforce of a Kentucky logging camp in the 1880s was a motley collection of humanity's drift. The Civil War had ended only 22 years prior. Many of the older men in the camp were veterans. They had seen the horrors of Shiloh or Antietam. They carried shrapnel in their legs and ghosts in their heads. They were men who had learned that life was cheap and that violence was a valid way to solve a problem. Then you had the immigrants, Irish, Swedish, German. Men who had crossed an ocean with nothing but the clothes on their backs, chasing the American dream, only to find themselves hacking at trees in a language they barely understood. And finally, the locals, the mountain men. People who had been born in the shadow of these peaks, who knew the woods better than they knew the Bible. But despite their differences, the camp ground them all down into the same shape. The work was brutal in a way that is hard for us to comprehend today. We have chainsaws, we have heavy machinery, we have OSHA regulations. They had nothing but muscle and physics. A standard day began at 4 a.m. Breakfast was a heavy, greasy affair. Biscuits, pork fat, beans, coffee thick enough to float a horseshoe. By 5 a.m., they were in the woods. Imagine cutting down a tree the size of a lighthouse using only a handsaw. 2 men, one on each end of a 7-foot steel blade known as a misery whip. Pull, push, pull, push. For 12 hours. Your shoulders burn, your hands blister, then calloused, then bleed, then calloused again until they feel like leather gloves. And the danger was constant. These trees weighed tons. When they fell, they didn't just tip over nicely. They crashed. They shattered other trees. Branches the size of telephone poles would snap off and come rocketing down. They called them widowmakers for a reason. If you were standing in the wrong spot, you didn't just get hurt. You were erased. Men were crushed. Men were decapitated by snapping cables. Men lost feet to slipping axe heads. And if you got hurt, you were fired. There was no workers' compensation. There was no sick leave. If you couldn't swing the axe, you were dead weight. This created a specific type of psychology, a hardness. You couldn't afford to be soft. You couldn't afford to care too much. You worked, you ate, you slept, and you prayed you didn't die. But there was a glue that held this volatile mix of men together. It wasn't friendship, necessarily, and it certainly wasn't loyalty to the company. It was the paycheck. They were enduring this hell for a reason. $1.50 to $2 a day. That sounds like a joke to us, but in 1887, $1 a day was a living wage. A season in the woods could mean paying off the farm back home. It could mean buying a wedding ring. It could mean a fresh start in the West. Every swing of the axe was an investment in the future. They were banking their sweat, expecting a return. They trusted the system. They trusted that if they did the work, they would get the reward. It's the fundamental social contract of civilization, labor for capital. But in this camp, there was a middleman between the labor and the capital. A man who sat in the warm office while they froze in the woods. A man who held the ledger and, more importantly, held the keys to the company's store. And this man, well, let's just say he didn't see these workers as partners. He saw them as assets, and depreciating ones at that. There is an old song made famous by Tennessee Ernie Ford. You probably know the chorus. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. We tap our feet to it. It's a catchy tune. But the reality behind those lyrics was a system of economic entrapment so effective it was practically slavery by another name. Here is how it worked. The logging camp was an island. As we established, it was miles from the nearest town. That meant you couldn't just pop down to the local market to buy tobacco or new boots or a bar of soap. You had to buy it from the camp, and the camp had a store. This store was run by the company and overseen by the camp chief. And since they had a monopoly, literally the only shop within a 3-day walk, they could set the prices. Need a new pair of boots because yours rotted off your feet in the mud? That will be $5. In town, they might cost $2. But you are not in town. You are here. Want a tin of tobacco to calm your nerves after a near-death experience with a falling oak? That's double the market rate. But here is the catch. You didn't pay with cash. You didn't have any cash. You were working on credit. The cost of your purchases was deducted from your future wages. The chief would open the big leather-bound ledger, find your name, and scribble a number in the debit column. It sounds convenient, but it was a trap. Many of these men arrived at the camp already in debt. The company had paid for their train ticket. The company had paid for their tools. So before they even swung an axe for the first time, they were already in the hole. Week after week, they worked. Week after week, they bought necessities. And week after week, the chief tallied the numbers. The camp chief in this story is a figure who has been largely lost to history, reduced to a title. We don't know if he was inherently evil or just a bureaucrat doing his job. But to the men, he was a dictator. He lived in the main cabin, which was slightly better built than the others. He ate better food. He wore clean clothes. While the men were covered in sap and mud, he smelled of paper and ink. He represented the company, the distant, faceless entity that owned the trees, the land, and seemingly the men themselves. Tensions in the camp usually simmered at a low boil. Grievances about the quality of the beans or the sharpness of the saws. But in the winter of 1887, something shifted. The ledger wasn't balancing. Rumors started to circulate, whispers in the bunkhouse after the lights went out. "Have you seen your tally?" one man would ask. "He charged me for a broken axe handle I didn't break," another would reply. "He says I only worked 5 days last week. I worked 6. Paranoia is a powerful poison. In the isolation of the mountains, it spreads like wildfire. The men began to suspect that the game was rigged, that no matter how hard they worked, the debt column was growing faster than the credit column. They weren't just working for free, they were paying for the privilege of breaking their backs. And then, the rumor changed. It stopped being about small errors. It became something much more dangerous. The rumor was that the company was broke, that the payroll train wasn't coming, that the chief was hoarding what little cash was left, planning to pack up and leave them stranded in the winter with nothing to show for months of labor but broken bodies and empty pockets. This wasn't just unfairness anymore, this was theft. This was survival. And when you back a timber beast into a corner and threaten to take the food out of his mouth, he doesn't hire a lawyer. He reaches for the nearest sharp object. The spark that lit the fuse wasn't a speech. It wasn't a grand declaration of war. It was a piece of paper. It was a chilly afternoon just a few days before the massacre. A group of the most vocal workers, the ringleaders, though they probably didn't see themselves that way yet, approached the main cabin. They wanted to see the books. They wanted to settle up. This was a standard procedure. A worker had the right to check his standing. But on this day, the mood was different. The air was thick with that specific kind of static electricity you feel before a thunderstorm. They walked into the office. The chief was there, likely surrounded by his small circle of loyalists, clerks, foremen, men whose paychecks depended on maintaining the status quo. According to the accounts that survived, the conversation started civilly. "How much am I owed?" The chief opened the ledger. He ran his finger down the column. "After deductions for room, board, tools, and the advance, you owe us $3. Silence. Imagine the sound of a heart breaking, followed immediately by the sound of blood boiling. This man had worked for 2 months. He had risked his life daily. He had missed his family. And he was being told that mathematically he had paid the company for the privilege of working there. It wasn't just him. Another man stepped up. "And me? $4 balance due." A third man. "What about my overtime?" "Not recorded. You didn't meet the quota." It wasn't a fortune they were fighting for. The total amounts in dispute, adjusted for inflation, would be a few $100s today. It was barely enough to buy a train ticket. But when you have nothing, barely enough becomes everything. It becomes the difference between going home a hero and going home a beggar. The men left the office. They didn't shout. They didn't flip the table. Not yet. They went back to the bunkhouses. And that is where the poison truly set in. If you have ever been in a toxic workplace, you know how these conversations go. But imagine there is no HR department. Imagine there is no home to go to at 5 p.m. You are stuck there with the people who are just as angry as you are. The bunkhouse became a pressure cooker. The men sat on their bunks, sharpening their tools. The rhythmic sound of a whetstone on steel, shk, 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 became the soundtrack of the evening. "He's lying," someone said. "He's pocketing the difference," said another. "He thinks we're stupid. He thinks because we can't read his fancy writing, we can't count." The narrative shifted. The chief wasn't just a boss anymore. He was a thief, a villain, a monster who was stealing the food from their children's mouths. And the chief? He made a fatal error. He underestimated them. He assumed that because he had the authority and the ledger and the backing of the company, he was safe. He assumed these men were just dumb labor. He didn't realize he was sitting on a pile of dynamite and he had just lit a match. He sent word that anyone who wasn't satisfied could leave. But they couldn't leave. Leaving meant walking 50 miles with no money and no food. They were trapped. So the logic of the desperate took over. If the law won't help us, we make our own law. If the ledger says we are broke, we burn the ledger. If the chief stands in our way, well, the plan wasn't written down. It wasn't voted on. It emerged organically from the rage. It was a collective understanding that spread through the camp like a virus. Tomorrow night, we take what is ours. The sun sets early in the mountains. By 4:30 p.m., the hollow is already plunged into shadow. The temperature drops like a stone. On the evening of the massacre, the weather turned. A cold drizzle began to fall, turning the dirt paths of the camp into a slick, freezing mud. It was the kind of weather that drives men indoors, huddled around the cast-iron stoves, seeking warmth. If you were a bird flying over the camp that night, you would have seen the glow of oil lamps in the windows. You would have seen the smoke curling from the chimneys. It looked domestic. It looked normal. But inside the bunkhouses, the routine had broken. Usually the evenings were filled with noise. Men playing cards, playing the fiddle, telling tall tales, mending their clothes. Tonight, the fiddle was in its case. The cards were in the box. The men were waiting. There is a psychological phenomenon called group polarization. When a group of like-minded people discuss a grievance, their views don't just stay the same, they become more extreme. The angry man becomes furious, the violent man becomes murderous, and the hesitant man, he gets swept along, afraid to be the only one standing still when the wave crashes. In the main cabin, the chief and his supporters, about 10 or 12 men, were also aware that something was wrong. You can feel it when 40 men stop talking to you. You can feel the eyes on your back. They barricaded the door. Not a heavy fortification, just a heavy wooden beam dropped into place. They checked their weapons, a few revolvers, a shotgun. They were nervous, but they were confident. They were the authority. They believed that the hierarchy of the world would protect them. Workers don't attack bosses. It just isn't done. They'll cool off by morning, someone probably said. Just let them sleep it off. But sleep was not on the agenda. Around 8 p.m., the movement started. It wasn't a military formation. It was a mob. A dark, amorphous shape moving through the rain. They didn't carry torches. They didn't need them. They knew every inch of this ground. They carried the tools of their trade. In the hands of a skilled logger, a double-bitted axe is an extension of the arm. It is balanced perfectly. It is razor-sharp, literally sharp enough to shave with. These men spent 12 hours a day swinging these heavy blades. They had the muscle memory to hit a specific spot on a tree trunk within a fraction of an inch, over and over again. Now, they were adjusting their grip. They weren't aiming for pine bark. They gathered outside the main cabin. The rain pattered against the brims of their hats. The mud squelched under their boots. Inside, the chief heard them. The heavy thud of 40 pairs of boots stopping at once. The murmur of voices. He stood up from his desk. He walked to the door. He didn't open it. He shouted through the thick wood, Go back to your bunks. We will discuss this in the morning." A voice from the outside answered. We don't know whose voice it was. Maybe it was the man who was told he owed $3. Maybe it was the man whose children were hungry back home. "We are done talking," the voice said. "Open the door." "This is company property," the chief yelled back. "You are trespassing." It is almost tragic. He was still trying to use the language of business. He was still trying to invoke property rights. He didn't realize that those laws had evaporated the moment the sun went down. There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence in the freezing rain, and then the sound of the first blow. Thwack! It wasn't a knock. It was the sound of steel biting into wood. The door to the main cabin was built from solid oak planks, 2 inches thick. It was designed to keep out bears and the winter wind. It was not designed to withstand a siege. Inside the cabin, the sound must have been deafening. The wood didn't just vibrate, it groaned. Splinters flew inward. "Stop that! I'll shoot!" the chief screamed. He pulled a revolver from his desk drawer. A Smith & Wesson likely. Heavy, reliable, deadly. But he hesitated. And this is a crucial moment. Why did he hesitate? Because shooting a man is not easy, even for a hard man in a hard time. To pull that trigger is to cross a line from which there is no return. If he fired, he wasn't just defending himself. He was starting a war he couldn't win. He had 6 bullets. There were 40 men outside. "Open it, or we'll bring the roof down on your heads," the mob roared. The supporters inside, the clerks, the foremen, were backing away from the door, pressing themselves against the far walls. Their eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering lamplight. They were realizing, perhaps for the first time, that their authority was a fiction. It only existed as long as the majority agreed to it. The majority had just revoked their consent. Another blow. Crack. The heavy wooden bar holding the door shut began to splinter. The iron hinges shrieked under the strain. "We want our money! We want what's ours!" The shouting wasn't coherent anymore. It was a cacophony of rage. It was the sound of men who had been pushed too far, letting go of the leash. The chief aimed at the door. His hand was shaking, not from fear perhaps, but from the adrenaline dumping into his system. Bang! He fired. A warning shot? A panic shot? The bullet punched through the wood near the top of the door frame. Outside, the mob didn't scatter. They didn't run. If anything, the gunshot had the opposite effect. It validated them. It proved that the company was trying to kill them. It turned a labor dispute into a battle for survival. "They're shooting! Get 'em!" The axes swung harder now. Not just one man, but 3 or 4, hacking at the door, the window frames, the walls themselves. The cabin was being dismantled from the outside in. Imagine the terror of those inside. The walls that protected you are literally being chopped away. The sanctuary is becoming a coffin. The door gave way with a sickening crunch. It fell inward, hanging by one twisted hinge. For a second, there was a stillness, a tableau. On one side, the dark, rain-soaked figures of the workers, their breath steaming in the cold air, axes raised like executioners. On the other side, the chief and his men, bathed in the warm yellow light of the oil lamps, holding their feeble guns. It was the collision of 2 worlds, the haves and the have-nots, the managers and the managed. And then, a man from the mob stepped over the threshold. He didn't say a word. He just raised his axe. The chief fired again. The muzzle flash illuminated the room for a split second. The man stumbled, but he didn't fall. The mob surged forward like a dam breaking. The time for talking was over. The time for the ledger was over. Now it was time for the iron. Before we describe what happened inside that room, we need to pause. We need to look at the instruments of this tragedy. In a modern crime scene, you expect to find 9mm casings, maybe a knife. In 1887, the weapons were agricultural, and that makes them infinitely more horrifying. The primary weapon was the double-bitted axe. This is a tool that weighs about 3 to 5 pounds. The head is solid steel. One side is ground to a razor edge for felling, cutting across the grain. The other side is slightly thicker, used for limbing, chopping through knots and branches. When swung by a man who does this for a living, the tip of that axe is traveling at over 50 miles per hour. The force at the point of impact is tremendous. An axe is designed to split oak. It is designed to shatter the density of hardwood that has stood for centuries. It does not distinguish between wood and bone. A skull offers about as much resistance to a logging axe as a melon offers to a sledgehammer. Then there were the knives. Every logger carried a belt knife. These weren't pocket knives. These were tools used for skinning game, cutting rope, eating dinner. Fixed blades, carbon steel, honed on the same stones as the axes. And the guns. The firearms of this era were not the precision instruments we have today. They were heavy, black powder beasts. When you fired a revolver in a closed room in 1887, you didn't just get a bullet. You got a cloud of sulfurous smoke that instantly blinded everyone. The fog of war wasn't a metaphor here. It was literal. After the second or third shot, visibility in that cabin would have dropped to zero. The lamps were likely knocked over or extinguished in the scuffle. So, imagine this fight. Pitch darkness. The air filled with choking, stinging smoke. The smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and gunpowder. And in that blackness, the sound of axes whistling through the air. You couldn't see who you were hitting. You couldn't see if it was the chief, or a friend, or your own brother. You just swung. You swung because if you stopped, the next blow might land on you. It became a frenzy. A meat grinder. The forensic reconstruction of 19th century massacres is difficult because the pathology reports were primitive. But accounts from similar events describe wounds that are hard to even read about. Severed limbs, crushed rib cages, men shot at point-blank range, the powder burns tattooing their skin. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a shootout at high noon. It was a butchery in a closet. The energy released in that room was primal. It was the release of months of repressed anger, exhaustion, and humiliation. They weren't just attacking a person. They were attacking the source of their misery. They were trying to chop their way out of the trap. But in the dark, with adrenaline pumping, precision is the first thing to go. And chaos takes the wheel. The battle for the main cabin lasted maybe 5 minutes. But for those inside, it must have felt like a lifetime. The mob poured through the broken door like water rushing into a sinking ship. The room was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet. Suddenly, it held 30 screaming men. The chief had retreated behind his heavy oak desk. He fired blindly into the mass of bodies. One man went down, clutching his shoulder. Another dropped to his knees, screaming. But the momentum was unstoppable. The desk, the symbol of his authority, the altar of the ledger, was overturned. It crashed against the wall, spilling ink and papers everywhere. The chief was swarmed. We don't need to describe every blow. Your imagination is doing that work right now. But the result was absolute. The man who had held their lives in his hands was gone, lost under a flurry of boots and fists and steel. But the violence didn't stop with him. The clerks, the foreman, the men who had stood by him realized too late that there was no mercy in the room. They tried to fight back. They swung chairs. They used firewood as clubs. One of the foremen, a man named Miller, according to some accounts, managed to smash a window. He dove out into the mud, glass shards tearing at his clothes. "Run!" he screamed. "They're killing everyone!" This scream changed the dynamic of the night. Up until this moment, the violence was contained. It was focused on the office. It was a mutiny. But when Miller ran, the mob turned into a hunting party. "Don't let them get away. They'll bring the law. Get the witnesses." The logic of the massacre shifted again. Now, it wasn't about revenge. It was about cover-up. It was about silencing anyone who could point a finger. The attackers spilled out of the cabin, their chests heaving, their weapons slick. They looked into the darkness of the camp. There were other men in the camp, cooks, stable hands, workers who hadn't joined the mob. Men who had stayed in their bunks, pulling the blankets over their heads, praying the storm would pass. But now the storm was coming for them. The paranoia said, "If you aren't with us, you're against us." The paranoia said, "If you saw what we did, you are a threat." The attackers split up. They moved toward the stables. They moved toward the supply shed. The lights in the other cabins were quickly snuffed out. The camp went dark. And then the chase began. The forest, which had been a prison, suddenly became the only hope for survival. Miller, the foreman who jumped through the window, didn't stop running. He scrambled up the muddy bank behind the cabins. He was barefoot, he was bleeding, but fear is a powerful fuel. He wasn't alone. 3 or 4 others had managed to slip away in the confusion. They scattered like quail. But running in a Kentucky forest at night is not like running on a track. It is a nightmare of obstacles. Roots snag your ankles. Thorny vines, greenbrier and blackberry, tear at your skin like barbed wire. Ravines open up suddenly in the dark, dropping 10 or 20 feet into rocky creek beds. And behind them, they could hear the pursuers. The mob wasn't moving quietly anymore. They were shouting, calling out names. "Come out, Miller. We just want to talk." There's nowhere to go. It is a terrifying psychological game. To be hunted by men you worked with just yesterday, men whose names you know, men whose families you asked about. Miller hid in a hollowed-out chestnut stump. He pressed himself into the rotting wood, holding his breath. He could hear the heavy footsteps squelching in the mud just yards away. He could hear the heavy breathing of a man standing right there, axe in hand, listening. The darkness was total. The rain masked the sound of breathing, but it also masked the sound of the approach. Imagine the sensory deprivation. You can't see. You can't trust your ears. You are cold, wet, and convinced that the next second will be your last. Somewhere to the east, a gunshot echoed. A scream cut short. They had found someone. The realization hit the survivors. This wasn't just a beating. This was an extermination. The mob had crossed the Rubicon. They knew that if one witness survived to reach the town, they would all hang. The only safety lay in total silence. So they hunted. They checked the stables. They poked their pitchforks into the haylofts. They checked the tool sheds. For an hour, the woods were alive with this deadly game of hide and seek. But eventually, the adrenaline of the attackers began to fade. The cold rain soaked through their rage. The sheer physical exhaustion of the day, combined with the explosion of violence, took its toll. The shouting died down. The footsteps became less frequent. The woods returned to their natural state, silent, indifferent, vast. Miller stayed in that stump for hours. He didn't move until his muscles cramped. He didn't move until the gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. He was alive, but he was alone, and he was miles from help. There is a specific kind of hangover that comes after extreme violence. It isn't caused by alcohol. It is a chemical crash. For an hour, the men of the mob were running on pure cortisol and norepinephrine. They were gods of vengeance. They felt no cold, no pain, no fear, but physiology always collects its debt. As the fires in the stoves burned down to embers, the reality of the situation began to settle over the camp like a shroud. The men retreated back to the bunkhouses, not to celebrate. There were no cheers. There were no toasts. They sat on the edges of their bunks, staring at their hands. Hands that were stained dark. Hands that were trembling uncontrollably. "What did we do?" someone whispered. "We had to," another replied, but his voice lacked conviction. He was going to starve us. But we killed him. We killed them. The justification, the righteous anger, was starting to crumble under the weight of the corpse in the main cabin. Adrenaline masks pain, but adrenaline eventually fades. And then, the reality sets in. One worker looked down and realized his own leg was gashed open. He hadn't even felt it happen. Another was nursing a broken hand. The physical toll was emerging, but the psychological toll was heavier. They were now murderers. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of God, and perhaps most terrifyingly, in the eyes of each other. A strange dynamic began to form. They were bound together now by a blood pact they hadn't signed. They couldn't leave. They couldn't turn each other in. They were stuck in this room with these people forever. The trust was gone. If he could kill the chief with an axe, could he kill me to keep me quiet? Paranoia returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't directed at the boss. It was directed inward. Outside, the rain turned to snow. The temperature plummeted. The bodies lay where they fell, in the mud, in the office, in the brush. The camp, usually a place of snoring and shifting bodies, was wide awake. 40 men lying in the dark, listening to the wind, replaying the last hour in their heads. Every creak of the wood sounded like a sheriff's footstep. Every howl of a wolf sounded like a scream. They knew the morning would come. They knew the sun would rise and illuminate what they had done. The darkness had been their accomplice, hiding the details. The light would be their judge. They waited, and the silence of the Kentucky mountains, usually so peaceful, felt like the holding cell of a death row. Dawn in the mountains is usually beautiful. The sun hits the peaks first, turning the mist into a glowing gold river. But on the morning of the aftermath, the sun didn't bring warmth. It brought clarity, and clarity was the last thing these men wanted. As the light crept into the valley, the full extent of the horror was revealed. The main cabin was a ruin. The door was gone. The windows were shattered. Inside, it looked less like a room and more like a slaughterhouse floor. The ledger, the object of all that rage, was found trampled into the bloody floorboards, its pages torn and soaked. The chief's body was moved, not out of respect, but out of necessity. They wrapped him in a canvas tarp. It was a grim task. The men who did it didn't look at his face. They couldn't. Outside, the rain had washed some of the blood into the soil, but the mud was still stained a rusty brown. There were deep gouges in the door frames where axes had missed their marks. There were shell casings glinting in the dirt. The camp was silent. The steam donkey engine was cold. The horses in the stable were restless, sensing the death in the air. The workers emerged from the bunkhouses like ghosts. They moved slowly. They didn't make eye contact. What do you do the morning after a mutiny? Do you go to work? Do you pick up the axe, the same axe you used as a weapon last night, and go back to chopping trees? It seems insane, but that is exactly what some of them did. Habit is a powerful thing, and denial is even stronger. A few men actually walked toward the tree line, tools in hand. Maybe they thought if they just kept working, they could pretend it didn't happen. Maybe they thought if they looked busy, the consequences wouldn't find them. But most just wandered aimlessly. They were waiting. They knew Miller had escaped. They knew he was out there, and they knew what that meant. The clock was ticking. It wasn't a question of if the law would come. It was a question of when. They started to pack, not in a panic, but with a strange, lethargic resignation. They stuffed their few belongings into sacks: a spare shirt, a tin cup, a picture of a wife they might never see again. Some slipped away into the woods, hoping to disappear before the sheriff arrived. They chose the fugitive life. Others stayed. Perhaps they felt they had nowhere to go. Perhaps they thought they could talk their way out of it. It was self-defense they rehearsed. He shot first. The camp, once a hive of industry, was now a graveyard waiting for the undertaker. And miles away, the undertaker was already being summoned. While the camp sat in its stupor, Miller was moving. He had been running, walking, and crawling for 8 hours. He was barefoot. His feet were shredded by rocks and thorns. The cold mud had numbed his toes to the point where he couldn't feel them anymore, which was probably a mercy. He wasn't running just to save his own life anymore. He was running on a mission. He had to reach the railhead. The distance was roughly 20 miles. In a car, that's 30 minutes. On foot, through untamed Appalachian wilderness, in the snow and mud, it is a marathon of pain. He avoided the trails. He knew that if the mob had sent riders after him, the trails were death traps. He stuck to the ridges, moving parallel to the creek. Every snap of a twig made him freeze. Every shadow looked like a man with an axe. He was hallucinating from exhaustion. The trees seemed to be leaning in, whispering. The wind sounded like voices. But he kept moving. Why? Because he was the witness. He carried the truth. If he died in these woods, the story died with him. The chief would just be another man who vanished in the mountains. The company would write it off as an accident. He reached the edge of the small settlement near the train tracks around noon. He must have looked like a monster. Covered in mud, clothes torn to rags, dried blood on his face. He stumbled into the general store, the only place with a telegraph or a telephone line to the county seat. The shopkeeper looked up, terrified. "Good God, man. What happened?" Miller collapsed onto a crate. He gasped out the words that would bring the hammer down. "They killed him. They killed them all. Send the sheriff." The message went out over the wire. Dots and dashes traveling instantly across the miles that had taken him all night to cross. "Trouble at Camp 4. Send deputies. Urgent." In the county seat, the sheriff read the telegram. He didn't ask questions. He didn't wait. In 1887, the law didn't come with sirens and flashing lights. It came on horseback, heavily armed. The sheriff gathered a posse. He deputized men on the spot. "Bring your Winchester," he said. "We have a war in the woods." They rode out within the hour. Miller watched them go. He didn't go back. He never went back. But the wheels of justice, slow, grinding, and often brutal, had been set in motion. The posse arrived at the camp 2 days later. They expected a fight. They rode in with rifles raised, spread out in a skirmish line. But they didn't find a fortress. They found a ghost town. Most of the workers had fled. The ones who remained were the broken ones, the old, the injured, or the ones who simply didn't have the will to run. They offered no resistance. They surrendered their axes and their few pitiful firearms. The investigation that followed was less CSY and more Wild West. The sheriff wasn't interested in fingerprints. He wasn't interested in motive. He looked at the body of the chief, still wrapped in the tarp. He looked at the blood on the floor. "Who did this?" he asked. Silence. I said, "Who did this? If you don't speak, you all hang." This is where the law of the frontier gets complicated. In a modern court, you need to prove who struck the fatal blow. You need to prove intent. You need individual culpability. But in 1887, there was a concept known as joint enterprise. If you were part of the mob, you were guilty of the murder. It didn't matter if you swung the axe or just held the lantern. You were there. You were complicit. But identifying them was a nightmare. The men who stayed claimed they were asleep. They claimed they saw nothing. They claimed strangers came out of the woods. It was a wall of silence. But the law has ways of breaking walls. They arrested everyone. They chained them together and marched them back to town. It was a long, humiliating procession. The timber beasts, now shackled like animals. The trial was swift. The newspapers had a field day. They painted the workers as savages, anarchists, monsters of the forest. The nuance of the debt, the starvation, the unfairness that didn't sell papers. Axe murderers sold papers. Miller testified. He pointed fingers. That one was there. That one held the door. But even he couldn't be sure in the dark. In the end, justice was messy. A few men were sentenced to hard labor. A few were acquitted for lack of evidence. But the ringleaders, the ones who actually struck the blows, most of them were never caught. They vanished into the West. They changed their names. They melted into the vastness of America. In the mountains, there is the law of the book and the law of the blood. They rarely speak the same language. The law of the book said justice was served. Some men went to prison. The case was closed. But the law of the blood knew the truth. The real perpetrators, the rage, the desperation, the system that pushed them, walked free. And the men who went to prison, they weren't the villains. They were just the ones who got caught standing still when the music stopped. So, what did the company do? You might expect that after a tragedy like this, a massacre of their own management, a destruction of their property, there would be a reckoning, a change in policy, maybe even a memorial. You would be wrong. To the lumber barons sitting in their mahogany-paneled boardrooms in Chicago or Philadelphia, this event was not a tragedy. It was a line item. It was a write-off. The telegram arrived. Operations suspended at Camp 4 due to labor unrest. Manager deceased. Equipment damaged. They didn't weep for the chief. He was an employee. He was replaceable. They didn't weep for the workers. They were tools. They were replaceable. The only thing that mattered was the timber. The trees were still standing. The asset was still there. Within 2 weeks, a new manager was hired. He was likely given a slightly higher salary, hazard pay. He was given a new ledger. New workers were recruited. They pulled them from the cities, from the arriving boats at Ellis Island. Job opening in Kentucky, the flyers said. Good wages, fresh air. They didn't mention the axes. They didn't mention the blood soaked into the floorboards of the cabin they would be sleeping in. The families of the dead? They got nothing. No pension, no apology. If anything, the company likely sent a bill to the widows for the unrecovered debt of their dead husbands. This is the cold, hard math of the industrial age. The machine does not stop for the individual. It grinds on. The camp reopened before the winter was even out. The new men slept in the same bunks. They ate at the same tables. Did they know? Maybe they found a dark stain on the wood that wouldn't scrub out. Maybe they found a notch in a door frame and wondered what made it. But they didn't ask. You don't ask questions when you need the money. The lumber from that season, the trees cut by the men who replaced the murderers, was shipped down the river. It was milled into planks. It built houses in Cincinnati. It built barns in Indiana. People lived in those houses. They raised children within those walls. They had no idea that the wood surrounding them was harvested in the shadow of a massacre. This is the terrifying resilience of commerce. It absorbs horror and turns it into profit. The story of the massacre faded. It became a local legend, then a rumor, then just a ghost story told to scare children. Don't go into the hollow at night, or the timber beasts will get you. But the real beast wasn't in the woods. It was in the ledger. And the ledger was open for business again. We need to step back from the history for a moment and look at the psychology. Because what happened in that camp wasn't just a labor dispute. It was a breakdown of the human mind. We have a name for it in pop culture, cabin fever. We smile when we say it. We think of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. But the clinical reality is much darker. The medical term is often linked to Amok syndrome, a sudden, unprovoked outburst of violence by a person who has been under intense social pressure or isolation. When you put men in a confined space, remove their autonomy, strip them of their individuality, and subject them to constant, repetitive stress, you are rewiring their brains. The brain starts to look for threats. It becomes hypervigilant. In the 1880s, they called it mountain madness or bunkhouse psychosis. Think about the sensory environment. For months, these men saw the same 40 faces. They heard the same voices. They smelled the same smells. There was no privacy. If you wanted to cry, you couldn't. If you wanted to scream, you couldn't. You had to bottle it up. And that bottle has a pressure limit. When the chief denied them their wages, he didn't just take their money. He took their hope. He took the one thing that allowed them to tolerate the intolerable. Without the promise of a reward, the suffering became meaningless. And meaningless suffering is the mother of violence. It's the same psychological mechanism we see in prison riots. It's not about the bad food. It's about the loss of agency. It's about the need to assert control over something, even if that something is the act of destruction. When the mob attacked the cabin, they weren't just killing a boss, they were killing the system. They were smashing the cage. For those few minutes of violence, they were free. They were powerful. They were gods of their own destiny. And then, the crash. It is a tragedy of human nature. We are social animals, but we are also territorial predators. And when you trap a predator in a corner, it doesn't negotiate. It bites. The lumber camp massacre is a perfect bloody case study of what happens when you treat humans like machines. Eventually, the gears strip, the boiler explodes, and the shrapnel hits everyone. If you go to those coordinates today, you won't find the camp. You won't find the main cabin. You won't find the bunkhouses. You certainly won't find the ledger. The forest is efficient. It cleans up its own messes. Wood rots, iron rusts, bones turn to dust. Within 10 years of the camp closing, the roof of the main cabin would have collapsed. Within 20 years, the walls would have been little more than mounds of mossy compost. Today, that hollow is just trees again. There might be a slight depression in the ground where the cellar used to be. You might, if you are very lucky and have a metal detector, find a rusted axe head or a handful of spent shell casings buried under a century of leaf litter. But the screams are gone. The blood is gone. Nature has done what it always does. It has healed the wound. It is strange to stand in a place where you know something terrible happened and feel nothing. Just the wind, just the birds. The trees that grow there now are the great-grandchildren of the trees that witnessed the massacre. They don't remember. But the history is there if you know how to look for it. It's in the archives of the local courthouse. It's in the yellowed newspaper clippings. It's in the genealogy of families who wonder why their great-grandfather went west and never wrote back. The forest reclaims the physical evidence, but it cannot reclaim the story. That is our job. We are the memory keepers. We are the ones who dig up the ghosts and ask them what happened. Because if we don't, then those men, the ones who died and the ones who killed, truly vanish. They become just another layer of sediment in the geology of the Appalachian Mountains. They deserve to be remembered, not as heroes, not as villains, but as men. Men who were pushed too far, men who broke, men who lived and died by the sound of iron. The lumber camp massacre of 1887 is not a famous story. It isn't taught in schools. It hasn't been made into a Hollywood movie. It is a footnote, a small, ugly stain on the vast tapestry of American history. But in that small stain, we see the entire picture of an era. We see the brutality of the Industrial Revolution. We see the desperation of the working class. We see the terrifying isolation of the frontier, and we see the darkness that lies within the human heart. We like to think that we are civilized, that we are above this kind of primal violence. But put us in the woods, take away our food, take away our hope, and we are just timber beasts in waiting. Those men went into the woods to build a future. Instead, they built a tragedy. But they did build something else. They built America. The timber they cut, the timber that cost them their souls, went on to build the cities we live in. It framed the houses of the Midwest. It laid the tracks for the railroads. There is a haunting thought I want to leave you with. The wood from that forest, perhaps even the very trees that were standing witness on that bloody night, was harvested. It was milled. It was sold. It built houses that people still live in today. So, somewhere in America, there is a family sitting in a living room. They are laughing. They are safe. And they are completely unaware that the beams above their heads, the floorboards under their feet, hold a secret. They are surrounded by wood that was paid for in blood. Walls that hold the echoes of a scream in their grain. History is not in the past. It is the structure of our present. We are living in the house that they built. And sometimes when the wind blows just right and the house settles, you can almost hear the sound of an axe in the distance. Good night. I'm standing on the bank of Wallens Creek, here in the rugged heart of Virginia. Today, the only sounds are the water moving over stones and the whisper of wind through the sycamores. It's a peaceful place, the kind of place you might come to forget the world for a while. But this ground doesn't forget. If you stand here long enough, the peace begins to feel thin, like a blanket laid over something terrible. This is a place of echoes. This quiet creek is where the legend of Daniel Boone ends and the story of the man begins. Not the folk hero in the coonskin cap, but a father whose life was shattered right here on this spot. The story we think we know is a comfortable lie. The truth is soaked into this soil, a tale of such brutality it would redirect the course of a man's life and a nation's history. Today, we're going to listen to those echoes and uncover the story of the dark and bloody ground. In the autumn of 1773, this same wilderness was not a place of quiet solitude. It was filled with the sounds of a dream in motion, the groan of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of men, and the laughter of children. This was Daniel Boone's grand gamble, the first organized attempt to bring settler families into the promised land of Kentucky. They were a small, rolling nation of about 40 souls, carving a path through a world that had, until now, belonged only to the Long Hunters and the native tribes. Daniel Boone wasn't the giant of folklore yet. He was a 38-year-old father and husband, his face already lined by the sun and hardship, but his eyes were fixed on a future he could almost taste. He saw Kentucky not as a contested battleground, but as an untouched Eden, a place where a man could build a life from the ground up, beholden to no one. He was a guide, a protector, a patriarch leading his flock into a new world. At his side was his eldest son, James. At 16, he was on the cusp of manhood, strong and capable, already possessing a quiet confidence learned from his father in the deep woods. He was Daniel's shadow and his legacy, the boy who would help him tame this new land. For James, this journey wasn't just about following his father. It was the great adventure of his young life, a chance to prove himself and to be part of the founding of a new society. The air in those early days of October must have felt electric with possibility. Every mile they pushed westward through the Cumberland Gap, the world grew wilder, more beautiful, and more their own. They were leaving behind the crowded lands and the rigid rules of the colonies. Out here, the only law was the law of survival, and the only king was the vast, empty sky. They were tough, self-reliant people, but they were not warriors looking for a fight. They were farmers, husbands and wives, carrying their most precious possessions, iron pots, family Bibles, and the seeds for next year's crop. They believed in the promise of the land, a promise whispered to them by men like Boone. They had no idea they were seen not as pioneers, but as an invasion, and that the land itself and its ancient guardians were preparing to demand a terrible price for their trespass. The whispers from this creek are powerful, but to give them a voice, you have to turn to the written record. The story isn't just in the soil, it's locked away in archives, in letters written by hands that trembled with grief and shock. I'm holding a copy of one such document. It's a letter from Captain William Russell to Colonel William Preston, dated October 12, 1773. The paper is a copy, but the original is as brittle as a dry leaf, the ink faded to the color of rust. This isn't just an old piece of correspondence, it is a dispatch from the edge of a nightmare. William Russell was another leader of the expedition, and his own son Henry was with James Boone that night. This is a letter from one father to the world, trying to make sense of the unthinkable. He writes of the search party and of the discovery. He describes the scene with the stark, horrified clarity of a man who can't unsee what he's witnessed. He calls the perpetrators inhuman and details how the boys were tortured in the most barbarous manner. This document is the key. It's the first official confirmation of the event, transforming local horror into historical fact. It verifies the location, the date, and the sheer savagery of the attack. It is a cold, hard piece of the past that proves the echoes here are real. But this letter, for all its terrible detail, raises a more profound question. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. This wasn't just a raid for supplies or a swift, violent skirmish. The level of brutality described here was intentional. It was a message, written in blood. To understand that message, we have to look beyond the settlers' hopes and see this land through the eyes of the people who already called it home. To understand the horror described in that letter, you have to understand the land itself. To the Shawnee, the Cherokee, and the Delaware, Kentucky wasn't an empty paradise waiting for a master. It was Kentar-ten, the land of tomorrow, a sacred and vital hunting preserve. They didn't build their villages there, but it was their great commons, a shared cathedral of forest and meadow teeming with the buffalo, elk, and deer that sustained their people. Its borders were jealously guarded, and they called it the dark and bloody ground for a reason. When Daniel Boone's party of settlers snaked its way through the mountains, they were not seen as brave pioneers. They were seen as a plague. The Long Hunters had been one thing, solitary men who took some game and left. But this was different. This was a tide of axes and fences, of families and cabins. This was an army of permanence, an existential threat to a way of life that had existed for centuries. Every tree they felled, every patch of cane they cleared, was an act of war. Watching this slow-moving invasion was a war party, a coalition of Shawnee, Delaware, and Cherokee warriors. They were not a random band of marauders. They were the guardians of this land, men whose families depended on the game Boone's settlers were about to displace. They would have tracked the party for days, observing them with a mix of fury and contempt. The settlers' noisy, lumbering progress was an insult to the silence of the woods, a clear sign they did not belong. The decision to attack was a calculated one, and the decision to make it a spectacle of cruelty was a strategic one. They needed to send a message so terrifying that it would echo all the way back to the colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania. They needed to turn the dream of Kentucky into a nightmare. When James Boone's small group separated from the main party, it offered the perfect opportunity. They weren't just going to kill the intruders, they were going to make their deaths a lesson. The barbarism Captain Russell would later describe in his letter wasn't mindless savagery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare designed to break the will of the invaders and burn the memory of this failure into Daniel Boone's soul forever. To understand a story this old, the paper trail can only take you so far. You have to find the people who have kept the story alive, not in books, but in memory. In a small town nestled in the Cumberland Gap, I found a local historian named Silas Blackwood. He's not an academic. He's a man whose family has lived in the shadow of these mountains since before Kentucky was a state. His knowledge comes from stories told on front porches, passed down from one generation to the next like a well-worn rifle. He looked over my copy of the Russell letter, his brow furrowed. "This is the white man's truth," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "It tells you a storm came through and tore the roof off the barn. It doesn't tell you why the lightning chose to strike right there, right then." He explained that for 200 years, another version of the story has been whispered in these hills, a version that provides a motive far more terrifying than a simple land dispute. According to the tale passed down in his family, the war party wasn't just a random collection of warriors. It was led by a Shawnee warrior who was already carrying a deep and personal wound. The previous spring, his own son, a boy not much older than James Boone, had been killed during a skirmish with a party of white Long Hunters. For this man, the sight of Boone's settlers, an unstoppable wave of the very people who had taken his child, was not just a political threat. It was a personal desecration. This detail, passed down outside the official record, changes everything. The unspeakable acts committed on the bank of Wallen's Creek were not just a strategic message of terror. They were a targeted, ritualistic act of revenge, a horrific mirror image of the warrior's own grief. It was meant to be a dark sacrament of an eye for an eye. It was designed specifically to make Daniel Boone, the great leader, feel the exact same hollowing loss that had destroyed his own life. The lightning wasn't random, it was aimed directly at a father's heart. On the night of October 9th, 1773, the air in the mountains grew cold. For the main body of settlers, it was a normal evening. Fires lit, guards posted, the familiar sounds of a camp settling in for the night. But miles away, a smaller group, including James Boone and Henry Russell, had separated from the others to chase down a stray horse and gather supplies. It was a routine task, the kind of thing these frontier boys had done 100 times before. They were capable, unafraid, and utterly oblivious that they were being watched. The war party had shadowed them for days, moving like ghosts through the forest. At its head, if the old stories are true, was a man whose heart was already a cold, dead stone. He was not just a warrior defending his land, he was a grieving father. And as he watched James Boone, the strong, promising son of the man leading this invasion, he saw not an enemy to be killed, but a debt to be collected. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to make the world balance again in the only way he had left, through pain. The boys made camp by Wallen's Creek, building a small fire against the chill. They were young men full of talk about the future, about the land they would clear and the homes they would build. They were confident in their skills, secure in their small bubble of firelight, believing the deep, dark woods around them were empty. You can almost hear their last conversation, the easy banter of youth on the edge of a great adventure. They fell asleep under a canopy of ancient trees, dreaming of a Kentucky that would never exist for them. The attack was not a battle, it was an execution. It came in that disorienting pre-dawn gray, a sudden explosion of violence that ripped the sleeping camp apart. There was no time to fight back, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of silent, purposeful fury. Several in the small party were cut down in their bedrolls, their lives extinguished before they were even fully awake. But James Boone and Henry Russell were not killed. They were seized, dragged from their blankets, their arms bound tight. This was the moment that sealed their fate. The skirmish was over. The warriors had won. They could have vanished back into the woods, leaving the bodies as a stark warning. But the leader's eyes fixed on the captured boys. In that instant, the strategic goal of terrorizing the settlers merged with the raw personal need for vengeance. The son of the leader for the son of the leader. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. The decision was made. The remaining captives were quickly and brutally dispatched, but James and Henry were kept alive. They were shoved toward the creek bank, their pleas and struggles met with stony silence. The point of no return had been crossed. This was no longer about land or resources. It had become a dark ritual, a sacrifice to be performed on the altar of grief. And the dawn that was about to break would bring not light, but a descent into an unimaginable hell. Up on the highway, there's a historical marker, a simple metal sign that gives you the cold, hard facts, the names, the date, the event. It's an official scar, an attempt to nail down this ghost to a specific point on a map. But the sign is for passing cars and tourists. It sanitizes the story. The real marker, the real testament to what happened, isn't up there on the roadside. It's down here by the water. I'm standing on the creek bank now. It's a small, flat clearing, barely big enough for a few men and a campfire. The river stones are smooth and gray, worn down by countless years of flowing water. It's a perfect place to camp, naturally sheltered, which is exactly why the boys would have chosen it. This little patch of ground is the only physical evidence that's left. This is the stage. There are no monuments here, no weathered cross, no pile of stones to mark the spot. Nature has reclaimed it all. But standing here, you feel it. This isn't just a place, it's a crime scene. The silence is different. It's heavier. You can almost feel the weight of what this soil has absorbed. Right here. This is where it happened. And each of these smooth, silent stones is a silent testament to the chaos of that morning, a witness to an act so cruel that it would stain this ground forever. The fire on the creek bank was no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It had become a spotlight on a stage of unimaginable cruelty. James Boone and Henry Russell were bound, the last glimmers of hope extinguished from their eyes. Their captors moved not with the frantic energy of a raid, but with a chilling deliberateness, a sense of grim ceremony. This was not going to be a quick end. This was going to be a lesson. The work began. The first sound was not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence that followed was methodical. It was not the hot-blooded rage of a battle, but the cold, patient work of men intent on deconstruction. The sounds that carried across the water were not those of a fight, but of something being systematically taken apart. The fire threw their silhouettes against the ancient sycamores, long, distorted shadows that flinched and writhed in a terrible dance. The sharp, clean scent of pine from the fire was soon corrupted by something else, a smell of scorching that was deeply, fundamentally wrong, an odor of violation that clung to the damp night air. It was the smell of something sacred being made profane. The boys' voices, which had pleaded and begged, had broken. Now, the only sounds were guttural, involuntary responses to a pain beyond the limits of language. It was the sound of humanity being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the raw nerve of existence remained. The warriors worked in near silence, their movements economical and precise, as if following the steps of a dark and ancient ritual. Then, a new sound. The heavy, rhythmic impact of wood against bone and flesh. It was a dull, percussive beat in the heart of the night, sickeningly methodical. A sound of absolute finality, repeated until it was no longer necessary. And then, the abrupt and total silence that followed was more horrifying than any of the sounds that had preceded it. The shadows detached from the trees and melted back into the forest as silently as they had come. They left behind a scene of profound devastation. All that remained was the whispering creek, the dying fire casting a weak orange glow, and two shapes on the ground that no longer resembled boys. A single leather moccasin lay on its side, yards from the fire, a small, lonely testament to a final, futile struggle. This was a story told with knives and arrows. Every wound was a word, every desecration a sentence, arranged to form a single, terrifying message. It was a message intended for one reader, Daniel Boone. When he and the search party finally arrived, they would not find the bodies of enemies slain in battle. They would find a carefully crafted monument to hatred, a masterpiece of revenge designed to do more than kill a son. It was designed to kill a father's soul. After the raw horror of a place like Wallen's Creek, you come inside. You go to the quiet, climate-controlled rooms of a historical society where the past is filed away in acid-free folders. You look for the official story. Here, the chaos of that October morning is flattened, pressed between pages, and tamed by the formal language of the 18th century. You find depositions, journal entries, and the same letter from William Russell, now treated as a piece of evidence. The language is always the same. It's stark, formal, and designed to strip away the emotion. A report might state that James Boone, deceased, was discovered by the search party. It lists the names of the dead as if taking inventory. It describes the state of the bodies with a detached, clinical precision that is almost as chilling as the act itself. The report simply lists the cause of death as injuries sustained during an attack by hostile natives. Injuries sustained. It's a phrase meant to create distance. It doesn't mention the fire or the deliberate, methodical nature of the violence. It doesn't capture the image of Daniel Boone kneeling in the dirt next to what was left of his firstborn son, a man whose heart was just ripped out of his chest. The official record has no language for that kind of grief. This is the fundamental conflict of telling these stories. The documents give us the bones, the names, the dates, the locations. But they are silent, on the most important truths. They don't record the sound of a father's cry echoing through the woods. They don't capture the cold, calculating fury of a warrior seeking his own dark justice. They record an incident, but they miss the humanity. And for the men on that expedition, the official record wasn't nearly enough. The law of the settlements was slow and distant. The law of the frontier was about to be enforced. There was no manhunt, not in the way we think of one, with a determined posse riding out in a cloud of dust, crying for vengeance. The reality was far more grim. After Daniel Boone and his men buried what was left of their sons in the cold, hard wilderness, the spirit of the expedition was broken. The message of terror sent from the banks of Wallens Creek had been received, loud and clear. They turned back. The dream of Kentucky was drowned in blood, and the retreat back through the Cumberland Gap was a silent, shuffling funeral procession. But the story traveled faster than they did. It moved from one isolated cabin to the next, a spark in dry tinder. The cold, official language of Captain Russell's letter was transformed on the lips of the frontiersmen. Injuries sustained became torn to pieces. Hostile natives became devils from hell. The names of James Boone and Henry Russell became a rallying cry, a justification for a hatred that had long been simmering. The law's pursuit didn't come from a sheriff's office. It came from the governor's mansion in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor, saw the massacre not just as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. The dry reports from the frontier were all the pretext he needed to unleash the full force of the colonial militia. There was no courtroom, no judge, no jury. The courtroom was the War Council, and the verdict had been decided long before the trial. The hunt wasn't for a handful of warriors. It was for the entire Shawnee and Mingo nations. The following year, in 1774, Lord Dunmore's War erupted, a brutal campaign to break the power of the tribes in the Ohio Valley and force them to cede their rights to Kentucky. Thousands of militiamen were mobilized, their resolve hardened by stories like the one from Wallens Creek. The pursuit was a scorched earth campaign. The verdict was delivered at the Battle of Point Pleasant, a bloody, day-long engagement that shattered the tribe's resistance. The law of the frontier had rendered its judgment not with a gavel, but with the butt of a long rifle. The price for James Boone's life was a war that would change the map of America forever. You might think a story this important, a sacrifice this foundational, would have a marker, a stone cross, a simple plaque by the creek. But you can search the woods around Wallens Creek all day, and you will find nothing. James Boone has no grave. He was buried where he fell, wrapped in a blanket, and returned to the cold, unforgiving earth of the wilderness he had come to claim. His only tombstone is this creek bank, and his only memorial is the story itself, a ghost that still haunts this patch of ground. The wilderness that promised him a future ended up swallowing him whole. His father, however, is not so hard to find. Travel 200 miles north to the Frankfort Cemetery, in the very heart of the Kentucky Daniel Boone opened to the world. There, on a high bluff overlooking the Kentucky River, is a grand, imposing monument. Carved stone panels depict scenes from his life, and a towering obelisk reaches for the sky. This is where they brought him back, decades after he died in Missouri, a man who had lost all his Kentucky land claims to lawyers and speculators. In death, the state he founded reclaimed him as its primary symbol. The irony is as deep as a mountain valley. The father rests in a place of honor, a tourist attraction where his legend is preserved in stone for all to see. The son, whose horrific death was the bloody price of that legend, has no resting place at all. One is celebrated, the other is anonymous, his bones long since surrendered to the roots of the sycamores. And what of the warriors who took his life? Their graves are scattered across a continent, the unmarked resting places of a people displaced by the very tide Daniel Boone unleashed. This vast distance between the father's monument and the son's lost grave tells its own story. It is the story of what came after the grief, the long, hard years of a man who had to carry the memory of that creek bank with him every day of his life. It raises the final, haunting question: what happens to a man who survives the unsurvivable? For Daniel Boone, the retreat from Wallen's Creek was not an end. It was a vow. The grief from that day settled into him, not like a soft sadness, but like a hard piece of iron in his soul. It became the fuel that would drive him for the rest of his life. He had to go back. He had to finish what he started, as if conquering the land that took his son was the only way to quiet the boy's ghost. 2 years later, in 1775, he was back, blazing the wilderness road and raising the walls of a fort called Boonesborough on the banks of the Kentucky River. But the world he built was not the Eden he had dreamed of. It was a fortress. The hope of 1773 was replaced by the grim reality of survival in a war zone. Life was lived with one ear, always listening for a sound that didn't belong, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird that wasn't quite right. The long shadow of that massacre by the creek fell over everything. Every time a child strayed too far from the fort walls, the memory of what happened to James would have returned to Daniel like a fever. The Shawnee had been forced to cede Kentucky by treaty after Lord Dunmore's war, but a piece of paper meant nothing when their way of life was at stake. The fighting didn't stop. It just became more desperate, more personal. The shadow touched Boone's family again in 1776, when his own daughter Jemima was captured by warriors and dragged away from the fort. Boone led a frantic, relentless pursuit and rescued her, but it was a terrifying echo of the past, a reminder that the war was never far away. The ultimate proof of that long shadow came 9 years after James's death, at the disastrous Battle of Blue Licks in 1782. By then, Boone was a seasoned commander, a living legend. But on that day, against his better judgment, he was goaded into a reckless charge against a combined force of British and native warriors. It was a slaughter, and in the chaos of the retreat, Boone's other son, Israel, who was fighting at his side, was shot from his horse. Daniel, under a hail of fire, tried to carry his son's body from the field, but it was too late. He had to leave another son behind on the dark and bloody ground. The cycle of violence that began on the banks of Wallen's Creek had come full circle, claiming another of his children. The story of Boone in Kentucky is not one of triumph. It is a story of a man who won a country but lost a family, a man who lived the rest of his days under a shadow so long the sun could never truly reach him again. To most of America, the legacy that grew from that bloody creek bank is simple and clear. It's the story of Daniel Boone the Pathfinder, the brave frontiersman who faced down a savage wilderness to bring the light of civilization westward. In this telling, James Boone is a martyr, an innocent lamb sacrificed on the altar of manifest destiny. It's a clean, heroic narrative, the kind you carve into monuments and teach in schoolbooks. It's the story of a hero who persevered through unimaginable loss to found a state. But that's not the only story this land remembers. To this day, if you speak to descendants of the Shawnee, the people who were driven from their sacred hunting grounds, you will hear a very different legacy. In their story, Daniel Boone isn't a hero. He's the architect of an invasion. He wasn't a pioneer. He was the leader of a band of trespassers who ignored every warning to turn back. In this version of the story, the attack at Wallen's Creek was not an act of random cruelty. It was a desperate, violent act of defense, a last-ditch effort to protect a way of life from being extinguished. And that's where the memory gets truly complicated, tangled up in the tale of the grieving warrior who may have led the attack. Was it an act of unprovoked savagery? Or was it a terrible symmetrical act of revenge, a wound for a wound? In one legacy, he is a nameless, faceless monster. In another, he is a father, driven to madness by his own loss, inflicting the very same pain that had been inflicted upon him. He becomes a dark mirror of Daniel Boone himself. So which story is true? The hero or the invader? The martyr or the trespasser? The hard truth is, the answer depends entirely on which side of the Cumberland Gap your ancestors stood. The truth is a matter of perspective. One man's pioneer is another man's destroyer. One man's tragedy is another man's last stand. The war for Kentucky didn't end when the shooting stopped. It continues to this day, fought not with rifles and tomahawks, but with the stories we choose to tell and the ghosts we choose to honor. A story this brutal can't live forever as just a set of facts. The human mind can't hold on to that much sharp-edged horror. Over time, it has to be reshaped. The pain has to be dulled, the events smoothed over, until the history becomes something else entirely, a legend. And that's exactly what happened here. The true, documented story of James Boone's death became the seed for 100 years of local ghost stories and cautionary tales. Locals will tell you not to camp by Wallens Creek, especially not in October. They say that if you come down here at dusk, when the light is failing and the mist starts to rise off the water, you have to be quiet and listen. They say you might hear something on the wind that isn't the wind, a thin crying sound. Some say it's the ghost of a young boy, forever lost, forever calling out for a father who came too late. Fishermen have talked for generations about a cold spot near the bank, a patch of air that stays chilled even on the hottest summer day. It's the haint of Wallens Creek, a permanent scar of sorrow left on the landscape. Over the decades, the story also became a tool, a boogeyman with a real name used by parents to keep their children close. "Don't you wander off," a mother would warn, "or what happened to the Boone boy will happen to you." The names might have gotten jumbled, the details blurred, but the core lesson remained. The wilderness is not your friend. Danger is silent, and it is always watching. The story became a fence, built of fear, to keep the next generation safe from the same fate. This is the final stage of a story's life. This is where history dissolves. The real James Boone, the 16-year-old boy full of hope for the future, is gone. In his place is a mournful spirit, a whisper in the trees. The complex, grieving Shawnee warrior is gone, replaced by a faceless shadow that stalks the woods. This is what happens when history is too painful to remember clearly. It gets turned into a haunting so that the community can forget the facts, but never, ever forget the feeling of that terrible morning. And so, we're back where we started, on the banks of Wallens Creek. The water still moves over the stones, and the wind still whispers through the sycamores. But it doesn't sound peaceful to me anymore. After peeling back the layers of history, of memory, and of legend, I understand what the echoes are saying now. The peace you feel here is a lie. It's just the silence that comes after a scream has finally faded. This isn't just the place where a boy died. This is the place where the myth of the peaceful frontier died with him. It's the place where Daniel Boone the man was forged, a man who would be haunted by this ground for the rest of his days. It's a story of grief, a story of revenge, and a story that reminds us that the history of this land wasn't a clean, heroic adventure. It was a messy, brutal, human tragedy, filled with fathers who lost their sons on both sides of the conflict. The next time you drive through these mountains and see a quiet little creek by the side of the road, or pass a forgotten historical marker, remember this one. Remember that these places aren't empty. They are libraries, filled with stories that are more terrible and more true than any legend you've ever been told. You just have to be willing to stop and listen to the silence. The boy is gone. The father's grief has long since turned to dust. The warrior's vengeance is forgotten. But the dark and bloody ground remembers. And the story remains. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the backrooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky, where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political blood sport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat. It was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebel's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebel viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebel's hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebel refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the Capitol every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebel was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebel was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfurt was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebel was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebel and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebel the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebel, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebel, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfurt, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of gray and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone Capitol swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the capital. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebel's allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebel's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebel, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebel did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebel's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebel became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative, a confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfort today, You can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfurt Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folktale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. The pre-dawn light on August 12, 1967, was supposed to bring another quiet day to the backroads of McNairy County, Tennessee. But that morning, the silence wasn't broken by birdsong. It was shattered by the roar of a V8 engine and the deafening chatter of automatic weapons. A sheriff's car, torn apart by a hailstorm of bullets, swerved violently and crashed into a ditch. Inside, a giant of a man lay drowning in his own blood, his face a ruin. Beside him, his wife was gone forever. They said it was just another violent act in a lawless land. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth. This wasn't just a murder, it was the climax of a one-man war. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of legend and rumor to ask one simple question. How did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? To understand the storm, you first have to understand the calm that came before it. McNairy County, Tennessee, in the early 1960s, was a land of rolling hills and quiet creeks, a place where life was supposed to move at the speed of the seasons. But on its southern edge, where Tennessee bled into Mississippi, there was a festering wound known as the state line. It was a world unto itself, a kingdom of rust bucket clubs and neon-lit sin, ruled by a brutal syndicate the locals called the Dixie Mafia. Here, the only laws that mattered were bribery and violence. It was to this world that Buford Pusser returned in 1962. He wasn't a hero or a crusader. He was just a giant of a man, 6'6", and built like a Tennessee oak tree, tired of the life he'd been leading. He'd been a Marine, and he'd wrestled professionally up in Chicago as Buford the Bull. But he was done with all that. All he wanted was to come home, to build a quiet life with his wife, Pauline, and their 2 small children. He was a family man, looking for peace. You can almost picture it. A simple house, the sound of his children's laughter in the yard, the comfort of Pauline's presence. This was the dream he had traded the roar of the wrestling crowd for. A life measured not in knockouts, but in sunrises over the Tennessee hills. He wasn't looking for trouble. He believed, or maybe just hoped, that if he left the darkness on the state line alone, it would leave him alone too. But that kind of darkness doesn't stay put. It seeps into everything. The Dixie Mafia wasn't just a collection of criminals, it was an occupying army. Their illegal casinos, brothels, and moonshine operations were an open secret, protected by a wall of fear and bought-off badges. They were a cancer, and decent folk knew you didn't poke a cancer. You just prayed it didn't spread to your house. Buford's own father, Carl Pusser, was the police chief in the small town of Adamsville. He was a man who wore a badge but knew its limitations. He'd watched the state line mob operate for years, a weary, powerless spectator to their reign. He warned his son, his words heavy with the wisdom of a man who knows what monsters lurk in the shadows. "Don't go down there, son," he'd say. "Those people are snakes. They'll kill you and not even blink an eye." Buford had come home seeking a sanctuary, but he had unknowingly planted his family's flag on the doorstep of a war zone. The quiet life he craved was an illusion, and it was only a matter of time before the illusion shattered. Peace, as it turns out, was a fragile thing, and it was shattered not by some grand crusade, but by a simple, grubby act of theft. One night, Buford and a friend made the mistake of stepping into the Lucky Spot, one of the notorious clubs on the state line. It was a place that smelled of stale beer and desperation, a spider's web disguised with cheap lights. Like so many men before him, Buford found himself in a card game that was less about luck and more about predatory skill. He was cheated, plain and simple. Now, a man like Buford Pusser, a man who had wrestled bulls and served his country, was not the kind to let that stand. He didn't shout, he didn't draw a gun. He just stood up to his full, towering height and demanded his money back. It was a matter of pride. And in that den of vipers, pride was a fatal flaw. They didn't argue, they overwhelmed him. It was a flurry of fists and boots, the cold, sharp bite of a knife, and then nothing. They beat him, cut him, and left him for dead in a roadside ditch like a piece of trash. But Buford Pusser didn't die. He was found somehow and hauled to a hospital, a broken and stitched-together wreck of a man. And it was there, lying in that sterile white room, staring at the ceiling and feeling the fire of 100 different pains, that the decision was made. The quiet family man was buried in that ditch, along with his blood. Something else was clawing its way out. He knew the local law was bought and paid for. Complaining to them would be like complaining to the wolves that they'd eaten your sheep. No, this was personal. This was a debt that would be paid. This was the point of no return. In 1964, to the absolute shock of the corrupt establishment, the man they had left for dead put his name on the ballot for sheriff of McNairy County. He was only 26 years old, a political nobody. His campaign was brutally simple, a 4-word promise that was also a direct threat. I will clean this county. It was a spark in a warehouse full of dry timber. The people who had lived in the shadow of the state line mob for a generation were tired of the fear, tired of the corruption. They saw in this giant of a man not a politician, but a reflection of their own silent rage. And so they did the unthinkable. They elected him. The war had been declared. The state line mob had had enough. The bribes hadn't worked. The threats had been ignored. The stray bullets and hidden bombs had all failed. Sheriff Buford Pusser was not a problem they could manage. He was a force of nature they had to destroy. And so they set a trap, simple and brutal, baiting it with a lie. The call came in before dawn on August the 12th, 1967. A report of a disturbance, a routine call-out on a lonely stretch of road. Buford grabbed his keys, but this time he wasn't going alone. His wife, Pauline, had a bad feeling. She always worried, and that morning her worry was a physical thing. She insisted on going with him. It was a habit born of love, a small act of solidarity that would place her directly in the path of the hurricane. They drove through the quiet, misty Tennessee morning, the conversation likely turning to their kids, to the simple plans of a day that would never come. And then, in the rearview mirror, a black Cadillac moving too fast, closing the distance with predatory intent. It pulled alongside them. For a heartbeat, there was just the hum of 2 engines racing down an empty road. Then the world came apart. The morning calm was ripped to shreds by a sound that didn't belong there, a mechanical, stuttering thunder that echoed off the pines. This wasn't a pistol shot. This was a declaration of total war. The sheriff's car, a heavy fortress of American steel, became as fragile as glass. The windows didn't break. They vaporized into 1,000,000 glittering fragments. The metal body was punched through again and again, perforated by a force that tore through it like wet paper. Buford felt a sudden, violent impact from the seat beside him. The sound of Pauline's voice was just gone. A final sharp silence replaced it, a silence more deafening and more terrible than all the gunfire in the world. Then an explosion of white-hot agony erupted in his own face. It wasn't a sharp pain, it was a demolition. He tasted copper and shattered bone. The world tilted, spun into a blur of green and brown, and then went dark as the car, no longer under any command, swerved off the road and crashed into an embankment. Silence returned, thick and heavy, smelling of gunpowder, gasoline, and blood. When Buford Pusser regained consciousness, it was to a world of pure horror. He was pinned behind the steering wheel, his own jaw a hanging ruin. He could see his own reflection in a shard of the mirror, a monster's face staring back. But that wasn't the worst of it. He turned and saw his wife. She was slumped against the door, eerily still. The woman who had been the calm center of his chaotic life, the reason for his impossible fight, was gone. In that moment, lying in the wreckage, something inside him broke forever. And something else, something far harder and colder, was forged in its place. He wasn't thinking about survival. He was thinking about a testament. His hand, slick and shaking, fumbled for the radio microphone. He keyed it, and a sound that was barely human, a rasping, gurgling whisper, broke the police frequency. He named the names. He gave them his killers. He was sure it was his dying breath, and he used it not to ask for help, but to sign a death warrant. The first deputies to arrive at the scene found a slaughterhouse. The car was a metal sieve, the air thick with the coppery smell of blood. They found Pauline Pusser, gone from the world. And then they found the sheriff, a grotesque sculpture of flesh and bone, somehow, impossibly, still breathing. His rasped words over the radio hadn't been a ghost's farewell. They were the first shots of a new war. The ambush had failed in its ultimate goal. It hadn't killed Buford Pusser. It had made him immortal. What followed was a medical odyssey. Buford was rushed from hospital to hospital, a puzzle of a man that surgeons had to piece back together. It wasn't one operation or two or even 10. It took 18 separate surgeries to rebuild his face. His jaw was wired shut, his features held together by steel pins and medical ingenuity. For months, he lived in a world of muffled sounds and liquid food, his grief a silent, suffocating companion. The physical pain was immense, but it was nothing compared to the gaping wound left by Pauline's absence. The man who eventually walked out of that hospital was not the same man who had been carried in. The warmth in his eyes had been replaced by a cold, hard focus. The grief hadn't broken him. It had tempered him, like steel plunged into ice water. He was still the sheriff, he still wore the badge, but everyone in McNairy County understood that his mission was no longer about law and order, it was about retribution. The man they had called Buford the Bull was gone. In his place stood the Beast, and now the Beast was avenging his mate. News of the ambush swept through Appalachia like a firestorm. The brazen attack on an elected lawman and the murder of his wife was a line crossed even for the Dixie Mafia. It was an act of pure arrogance, a message that no one was safe. A massive manhunt was launched, fueled by Buford's dying accusations. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation got involved, and rewards were offered. The state line mob, for the first time, felt the heat of real, statewide scrutiny. They had poked the bear one too many times, and now the entire forest was coming for them. But the official investigation was just the public face of the hunt. The real story was being whispered in hushed tones in every diner and on every front porch in the county. People knew the system was slow, that lawyers could twist the truth. They also knew Buford Pusser. They knew his capacity for singular, relentless focus. The members of the state line mob knew it too. They had created a martyr, a widower with nothing left to lose. And as Sheriff Pusser pinned his badge back on his chest, his newly constructed face a grim mask, every soul in that lawless strip of land knew that the official manhunt was secondary. The real judgment was coming, and it wouldn't be delivered in a courtroom. Eventually, the wheels of state justice turned, and one of the men Buford Pusser had named from his pool of blood, a vicious enforcer named Carl Towhead White, was brought to trial. The McNairy County Courthouse had never seen anything like it. It wasn't a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle, a powder keg with a short fuse. The room was packed with armed deputies and wary onlookers, the air so thick with tension you could taste the fear. At the center of it all, a silent, imposing figure sat in the gallery. It was Buford, his face a permanent, ragged roadmap of the violence he'd endured, his eyes fixed on the man in the defendant's chair. Towhead White, for his part, seemed to enjoy the attention. Flanked by expensive lawyers from out of state, he was the picture of defiance. He didn't show a hint of remorse. Instead, he wore a smirk, a look of smug confidence that told the whole world he believed he was untouchable. He was a creature of the state line, and he trusted in the power of money and intimidation to bend the law to his will, just as it had always done before. The prosecution put up its best fight, with Sheriff Pusser as its star witness. He took the stand, his rebuilt jaw making every word a deliberate effort, and he told his story. He pointed his finger at Towhead White and named him as one of the architects of the ambush that killed his wife. It was powerful, raw testimony. But the defense lawyers were slick and merciless. They twisted his words, painting him not as a victim, but as a violent, out-of-control lawman on a personal vendetta, a man so consumed by rage he would blame anyone. Without a murder weapon, without other witnesses willing to talk, the case began to fray. It was his word, his pain, against a wall of silence. Then came the verdict. The foreman of the jury, a man who refused to make eye contact with anyone in the room, read the words that would echo through the Tennessee hills for decades to come. Not guilty. A wave of disbelief and anger washed over the crowd. Towhead White's smirk broadened into a triumphant grin. He had beaten the system. He was a free man. But as the deputies escorted him from the courtroom past the jeering crowds, Buford Pusser simply stood up. He didn't shout. He didn't make a threat. He just watched White walk away, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm that was far more terrifying than any outburst of rage. The law of men had spoken, and it had failed. The gavel had fallen, the case was closed. But everyone in that courthouse knew this was not the end. It was merely the end of the part of the story that would be written down in official records. Now, a different kind of justice was about to be served. The unwritten, unforgiving justice of the mountains. The verdict of not guilty was just a legal footnote. In the hollows and back roads of McNairy County, a different kind of verdict was being delivered. One by one, the specters from Buford Pusser's past began to disappear. Carl Towhead White, the man who smirked his way out of the courtroom, was found shot to death in a motel in Mississippi less than 2 years later. Kenny Kirksey, another suspect, was gunned down. Louise Hathcock, the defiant madam of the state line, died in a fiery crash when her car inexplicably flew off a bridge. Law enforcement called it mob business and tragic accidents. But the people of McNairy County called it Pusser's justice. No one could prove his hand in any of it, but in their hearts, they didn't need to. The beast, they whispered, was balancing the scales. This raw, brutal story couldn't be contained by the Tennessee state line. It broke free and became an American phenomenon. In 1973, the movie Walking Tall hit theaters, turning Buford Pusser from a local legend into a national folk hero. He was no longer just a small-town sheriff. He was the living embodiment of every decent person's rage against a system that seemed broken and corrupt. He was the man who fought back when everyone else was told to just keep their heads down. The traces of that war are not gone. They're still there, waiting for you in Adamsville, Tennessee. You can visit the Buford Pusser home and museum, the house he shared with Pauline, and see the life they were trying to build. You can stand in stunned silence before the actual car he was ambushed in, a mangled relic riddled with the bullet holes that changed his life forever. A few miles down the road, a granite monument stands on the quiet shoulder of the highway, marking the exact spot where Pauline died, a permanent scar on the landscape. For years, his daughter Dwana was the keeper of the flame, a tireless guardian of her father's legacy, ensuring that the world remembered the husband and father, not just the unstoppable force of vengeance. These aren't just historical artifacts. They are tangible pieces of a man's soul, physical proof of the price he paid. The newspapers have moved on, and most of the world has forgotten. But the mountains remember. The story of Buford Pusser is woven into the fabric of that place, a ghost that still walks tall along those dark country roads. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. How did a man sworn to uphold the law become the most feared beast in Tennessee? The answer, my friends, is that he didn't become a beast. The beast was always there, sleeping inside a good man. It was woken up by a world that refused to play by any rules but its own. When the law proved to be a shield for the wicked and a lie to the innocent, Buford Pusser reached for an older, harsher code. He became the monster the monsters were afraid of, because they had left him no other choice. The story of Buford Pusser is more than just a tale of revenge. It's a brutal lesson, carved in scar tissue and written in blood, about what happens when good people are pushed too far. It is the quintessential Appalachian saga, a story of fierce independence, a deep distrust of corrupt authority, and the belief that sometimes justice isn't found in a law book, but at the end of a hickory stick. He endured unimaginable loss, but he never, ever backed down. He proved that one man, filled with enough righteous fury, could indeed stand against an army and make it blink. And in the end, maybe that's why his final chapter remains so unsettling. He survived the ambushes, the bullets, and the bombs, only to die in a single fiery crash on a lonely road, just a stone's throw from where he'd lost Pauline. The official report called it an accident, but in the hills of McNairy County, they know better. They believe the darkness he fought so hard finally found a way to snuff out his light with one last cowardly act. His death became the final, chilling piece of his legend, a mystery that will never be solved. He wasn't a perfect hero. He was a flawed and furious man who walked into hell and decided to kick the door down. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Leas. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Leas's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Leas, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, It served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Leas's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves. Their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Lias, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Lias did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling, he seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. The judge pronounced the sentence, 1 year in the county jail. A dead silence fell over the packed Virginia courthouse. Then, the patriarch of the most powerful clan in these mountains, Floyd Allen, rose to his feet. His eyes blazed as he uttered the words that would become a signal for slaughter. "Gentlemen, I ain't a-goin'." A split second later, the courtroom exploded in a firestorm of bullets. When the gun smoke cleared, the judge, the sheriff, and the prosecutor lay dead. The newspapers called it an act of savage barbarism. But was it a cold-blooded ambush, or the last desperate stand of a man defending his honor? Today, we will try to find the truth behind the 90 seconds of hell that forever scarred these mountains. To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the world that was about to be lost. This was Hillsville, Virginia, at the dawn of the 20th century. Tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains, this wasn't just a town, it was a fortress of tradition, a kingdom unto itself. Here, the hollows held the morning mist like secrets, and the rugged peaks stood as silent guardians against a world that was changing too fast. This was a land governed not by laws written on paper in some distant capital, but by the unwritten code of the mountains. The people here were cut from a different cloth. They were the descendants of Scottish-Irish settlers, a folk as hard and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet. They were fiercely independent, deeply suspicious of outsiders, especially the Flatlanders and their government. For them, the ultimate authority wasn't a judge or a sheriff, it was the family, the clan. Loyalty was the highest virtue, and honor was a currency more valuable than gold. An insult to one was an insult to all, and a man was expected to defend his name with a steady hand and a loaded gun. And in this world of shadow and stone, no clan cast a longer shadow than the Allens. They were the embodiment of the mountain spirit, powerful, proud, and absolutely uncompromising. They weren't just a family, they were a force of nature, with dozens of kin and supporters who looked to them for leadership, protection, and justice. When the Allens spoke, Carroll County listened. At their head stood the patriarch, 56-year-old Floyd Allen. Don't picture some simple farmer. Floyd was a titan of the mountains, a wealthy landowner, a savvy businessman who owned a general store and a sawmill. He was known for his immense strength, his quick temper, and a will made of iron. He never backed down from a fight, and he never broke a promise. To the people of Carroll County, he was more than a man. He was their king. The Allens lived by a simple, terrifying creed, an oath that was whispered with a mix of fear and admiration across the county. It was the foundation of their power and the very core of their identity. No Allen will ever go to jail. This wasn't just a boast. It was a declaration of sovereignty, a promise that they would answer to their own code of honor before they ever answered to the laws of the Flatlanders. But the outside world, with its telegraphs, its railroads, and its centralized government, was creeping closer. The authority of the state was pressing in on this isolated kingdom, seeking to replace the ancient law of the clan with the modern law of the land. The world of the Allens and the world of Judge Thornton Massey were two massive millstones, grinding slowly, inevitably, toward each other. It was only a matter of time before someone got crushed between them. Great tragedies often begin with the smallest of things, a spark in a tinder-dry forest. For the Allens, that spark was a clumsy gesture at a local corn festival. Floyd's young nephew, Wesley Edwards, tried to kiss a girl. It was a foolish, youthful act, but in the mountains, where a woman's honor is fiercely guarded, it was a profound offense. The girl's brothers, Will and Sid, saw it, and fists flew. News of the fight traveled fast, echoing through the hollows until it reached the ears of Floyd Allen. His nephew had been challenged, his kin had been disrespected. This was not a simple brawl to him, it was a stain on the honor of the entire Allen clan. He didn't wait for the law, he dispensed his own. He met the Edwards brothers on a dusty road, and the conversation was short. According to witnesses, Floyd, a man of formidable strength, beat one of the brothers so severely with the butt of his pistol that he left him bleeding and broken in the dirt. Now the outside world was forced to act. The beating was too public, too brutal to ignore. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Floyd Allen. Sheriff Lewis Webb and his deputy, men who knew exactly who they were dealing with, rode out to Floyd's home. They were met on the porch by the patriarch himself, not with his hands up, but with a rifle cradled in his arms. In a tense standoff, Floyd made his position clear. He had been insulted, he said, and he would not be dragged from his home like a common criminal. This was the moment the line was truly crossed. Floyd Allen looked the law in the eye and did not blink. He told the sheriff that he would come to court, but he would come on his own time, on his own terms. And incredibly, that's exactly what happened. The sheriff and his deputy retreated, empty-handed. Floyd surrendered when he was ready, walking into town not as a prisoner, but as a king granting an audience. He had bent the law to his will, proving to everyone in Carroll County that he was a power unto himself. But in doing so, he had thrown down a gauntlet. He had publicly humiliated the court and dared it to challenge him. Now, all eyes turned to the Hillsville courthouse. It was no longer a place for a simple assault trial. It was a battlefield, and everyone knew the Allens were coming prepared for war. March 14th, 1912. The Hillsville courthouse was not a hall of justice. It was a powder keg, and Judge Thornton Massey had just lit the fuse. As the sentence, 1 year in jail, hung in the electrified air, Floyd Allen rose. He looked not at the judge nor the jury, but at the entire system that dared to put a chain on him. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "I ain't a-goin'." He turned to leave, a king dismissing his court. Sheriff Webb lunged forward to grab his arm, a single fatal motion that broke the spell. In that instant, a single sharp crack of a revolver split the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd? Was it his son Claude, leaping to his father's defense? Or was it a deputy trying to enforce the law? It no longer mattered. That first shot was a signal. It was the first drop of rain that unleashes a hurricane. The courtroom didn't just erupt, it detonated. From every corner of the room, revolvers and rifles appeared as if from thin air. The Allens and their supporters, strategically placed among the crowd, unleashed a devastating crossfire. For those trapped inside, it wasn't a gunfight, it was the end of the world. The air turned into a deafening thunderclap of noise, punctuated by the flash of muzzles and the high-pitched whine of ricochets. The solid wood of the benches and the judge's dais splintered, chewed to pieces by an invisible hail of lead. The men who represented the law were the first to fall. Judge Massey, who had just sealed Floyd's fate, sought cover behind his bench. A moment later, his gavel fell silent forever. Sheriff Webb, the man who had taken that fateful step forward, crumpled to the floor. His last act on this earth was to pull his own revolver and send a bullet tearing into Floyd Allen's thigh, a final defiant gesture of the law he served. Prosecutor William Foster fell nearby, and a juror, a farmer named Augustus Fowler, was trying to scramble for the door when his escape was cut tragically short. Panic turned the crowd into a human stampede. People screamed, clawing their way towards the doors, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. A thick, choking cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the room, turning the scene into a blind, suffocating hell. Witnesses said it felt like an eternity, but the storm of bullets lasted no more than 90 seconds. When the last echo of gunfire faded, a ringing silence descended. The smoke began to clear, revealing a tableau of silent horror. Dark, ugly pockmarks scarred the courthouse walls, 57 of them, each one a testament to the madness that had just passed. Through the haze, figures moved with purpose. Floyd Allen, wounded but alive, was lifted by his kinsmen and carried from the building. The Allen clan mounted their horses and vanished back into the mountains, leaving a blood-soaked courthouse and a nation in shock. When the last of the Allen clan galloped out of sight, a profound, ringing silence fell over the Hillsville courthouse. It was a silence heavier than any sound, broken only by the whimpers of the wounded and the terrified gasps of the survivors. The air, thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, now carried a new, coppery smell. On the blood-soaked floorboards, the law of the Commonwealth of Virginia lay dead. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very symbols of the state's authority, had been executed in their own sanctuary. The news of the massacre didn't just spread, it shot out of Hillsville like a bullet, hitting the telegraph wires and exploding across the nation. Newspapers from Richmond to New York screamed with headlines that painted a picture of a savage war against civilization itself. They called the Allens mountain degenerates, barbaric clansmen who had risen up against the rule of law. The story tapped into a deep-seated fear of Appalachia as a wild, untamed frontier. There was no room for nuance in these reports. There was only shock, horror, and a thunderous call for vengeance. The response from the state was swift and absolute. Governor William Hodges Mann declared that the assassins would be hunted down if it took all the resources of the Commonwealth. He mobilized the state militia, but he also called in a force more feared and perhaps more suited to the task, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not ordinary lawmen. They were ruthless, efficient bounty hunters, veterans of the brutal coalfield wars, known for their willingness to meet violence with greater violence. They were the modern world's answer to the Mountain Clan, a hired army that understood the language of the gun. The great hunt began. The mountains, which had always been the Allens' fortress, had now become their cage. The Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, swarmed into Carroll County. They brought with them the tools of the modern age, photographs of the wanted men, a network of informants, and the promise of a hefty reward that could turn a neighbor into a betrayer. They combed every hollow, searched every cabin, and squeezed the community with a grip of fear. For the Allens, there was nowhere left to run. One by one, the fugitives were captured or surrendered. The net tightened until finally, acting on a tip, detectives found their ultimate prize. Hiding in a lumberjack's shack, wounded and exhausted, were Floyd Allen and his son, Claude. The king of Carroll County, the man who swore he would never see the inside of a jail, was now in shackles. The wolf hunt was over. The wolves were caged. And now they would face the victor's justice. The trial of the Allen clan was never going to be held in Hillsville. The influence of their name was too strong, the memory of the massacre too raw. To ensure a conviction, the state moved the proceedings to the city of Wytheville. But this change of venue did more than just move the trial. It ripped the Allens out of their world and placed them in the heart of their enemies. It wasn't a trial, It was a reckoning. The courthouse was surrounded by armed militia. Reporters from across the country filled the press benches, eager to send back sensational stories of the Appalachian savages. The court of law had become a theater of vengeance, and the public demanded a bloody final act. In the center of this storm sat Floyd and Claude Allen. They were not the wild-eyed murderers the newspapers described. Witnesses from the trial remembered them as composed, stoic, and utterly unbowed. They sat like fallen kings, their faces carved from mountain stone, showing no fear and no remorse. They listened to the testimony against them with a quiet dignity that was, in its own way, a final act of defiance. They had lived by the code of the mountains, and they would not grovel before the code of the Flatlanders, even with their lives hanging in the balance. The prosecution painted a picture of a cold, calculated conspiracy, an ambush designed to assassinate the law itself. Their lawyers argued that it was a spontaneous eruption of violence, a tragic misunderstanding that spiraled out of control. But in a courtroom filled with rage and grief against the testimony of dozens of terrified survivors, their words were meaningless. The verdict was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The jury, drawn from a world that neither knew nor understood the Allens' way of life, deliberated for only a short time. The verdict came back. Guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. The judge, his voice heavy with the weight of the state's authority, sentenced Floyd Allen and his son Claude to die. Not by the gun, the weapon of their world, but by the electric chair. A cold, scientific answer to the hot-blooded code of the mountains. The other clan members involved were handed sentences that would see them waste away for decades behind bars, their power broken, their families scattered. The sentence was met with applause in the courtroom and celebrated in newspaper headlines as a triumph for civilization. The law had been challenged, and the law had won. But back in the misty hollows of Carroll County, the whispers told a different story. To many, this wasn't justice. It was an execution carried out by a foreign power. The state had not just punished murderers, it had made an example of men who dared to live by their own rules. And so the question that hangs over this story remains, even a century later. Was it justice that was delivered in that Wytheville courtroom? Or was it simply the final brutal act of a war between two worlds, where the victor got to write the law and call it by whatever name they chose? The years have passed, and the gun smoke over Hillsville has long since cleared, but the echo of those shots has never truly faded. On March 28, 1913, Floyd Allen walked to the electric chair. As they strapped him in, he looked at the witnesses and spoke his own epitaph, words as hard and unyielding as the man himself. "Gentlemen, I'm dying like a man. I'll get there before you do." Minutes later, his son Claude sat in the same chair, meeting his end with the same mountain stoicism. The state had its final victory. But the Allen story didn't end there. Floyd's brother, Sidner, became a legend of survival. Riddled with 11 bullets during the shootout, he not only lived, but escaped, hiding in the mountains for months. When he was finally caught, he was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but he outlasted the outrage. He was eventually pardoned, a man who stared death in the face and walked away. The other clan members served their long sentences, returning to a world that had moved on, forever branded by those 90 seconds of violence. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't see the original courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, but for years its replacement stood on the same ground, and the old-timers would tell you that the spirit of that day lingered. They said that for a long time you could still trace the bullet holes in the old building's walls, silent mouths speaking of the chaos. The graves of Floyd and Claude Allen can still be found in a family cemetery, their stones a quiet, somber testament to the clan's vow. They are not just graves, they are a landmark, a place where the past feels close enough to touch. The rest of the world has largely forgotten the Carroll County Courthouse massacre. It's become a dusty footnote in the history books. But here, in these mountains, it is not forgotten. It has seeped into the soil and become folklore. The story is told not as history, but as a cautionary tale about pride, honor, and the terrible price of defiance. The Allen name still echoes through these hollows, a name that for some means murder and mayhem, but for others, still whispers of a fallen king who dared to stand against the world and kept his promise that he would never, ever go to jail. The mountains remember. So we come back to the question that hung in the gunsmoke of that Virginia courthouse. Were the Allens cold-blooded killers who planned a massacre from the start? Or were they defenders of an ancient code, pushed to a final desperate act? The truth, like most things in these mountains, is not so simple. They came to that courthouse armed because in their world, power was respected only when it was backed by the threat of force. They didn't see themselves as criminals defying the law. They saw themselves as sovereigns of their own kingdom, defending its honor against a foreign invasion. The Hillsville Massacre was more than just a crime. It was the bloody, violent end of an era. It was the moment the modern world, with its courts and its electric chairs, finally broke the back of the old world, with its clans and its code of blood honor. The state sent a message that day, written in the language the Allens understood best. Its power was now absolute, its reach inescapable. The Allen clan wasn't just fighting a one-year jail sentence, they were fighting the 20th century, and the 20th century won. This is a story of brutality, yes, but it is also a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit so fiercely independent that it can lead to both greatness and ruin. Floyd Allen was a king who refused to watch his kingdom crumble. He and his family were not heroes, but their tragic, violent story has become a dark legend, a warning of what happens when pride and honor demand a price that can only be paid in blood. And while the law won the war that day, the story of the clan who swore they would never go to prison and kept that oath at the cost of everything still haunts these hills.